Chapter 461. Hearing Lu Jingfeng's words, a murderous intent flashed in Demon Emperor Dugu's eyes. Their eyes met, and they could see through each other's thoughts. "If you try to stop me, I will destroy your soul," Lu Jingfeng said indifferently. He raised his right hand slowly, and a beam of light shot out from his palm and formed a blade of light. He walked up to the peak and stared at Devil Emperor Dugu. He found Devil Emperor Dugu the moment he arrived in the northern wilderness region. He was shocked that he was still alive, so he did not start a massacre but went to find Devil Emperor Dugu first. There were too many powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region, and it had many secrets. It was not easy for the northern wilderness region to survive under the suppression of so many factions. "Does the Xian court have a feud with the northern wilderness region? Why do you want to be used?" Devil Emperor Dugu did not panic at all and said casually. Strands of demonic qi flowed out from his body and formed a demonic cloud, stopping the snow. Lu Jingfeng stared at him and said, "It's not a feud. I just dislike the demonic emperor. I'll give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master and I will spare your life." Devil Emperor Dugu's talent was astounding. Back then he was famous in the Center God province. The Xian court wanted to rope him in, but they did not have the chance. Now that the Xian court was chased out of the Center God province by the Heavenly Saint, Lu Jingfeng traveled around. Coincidentally, he discovered the northern wilderness region. He quickly made a decision to massacre the northern wilderness humans. Then he would support a new race to regain control of the northern wilderness region and plan for the future. "You're so confident that you can kill me? Even Han Shuzi could not kill me. Who do you think you are?" Devil Emperor Dugu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swooped down towards Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji came to the netherworld and realized that he was not in Magistrate Chui's territory. He frowned. He could not descend to the mortal realm because his cultivation would be suppressed by the power of heavenly law. No one in the divine cliff could help him resist the power of heavenly law. He could only enter the netherworld directly and descend into the northern wilderness region. He could not pass through other mortal realms along the way. Without much hesitation he moved quickly. The netherworld was mostly similar. It was filled with eerie qi and never saw sunlight. Not long after he caught a ghost messenger. The truth sword was useful against ghost soldiers too. He asked how far this place was from Magistrate Chui's territory. The answer was a relief to him. The owner of this netherworld was Judge Zhao, who was Judge Chui's neighbor. The relationship between them was not bad, at least there was no enmity between them. He didn't go straight to Magistrate Zhao, but let the ghost messengers lead the way. He wanted to immediately go to the underworld where Magistrate Chui was. The ghost messenger was forced to bring him to the edge of the Yellow Springs. "Drive in this direction and you'll reach Judge Chui's underworld region." It had always been pierced by the truth sword, so it could only speak the truth. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How do I cross the river? Can we fly there directly?" There were too many legends about the Yellow Springs, so he had to be cautious. The ghost messenger said with a trembling voice, "Either you ride the Yin boat to cross the river or you fly over, but if you accidentally fall into the river, even if you're a true god, your soul will definitely scatter." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Are there any restrictions on the Yellow Spring? How far is it?" The emissary replied, "There aren't any restrictions, but it's very far. As for how far, I don't know, but even an Anitya Hellguard would be able to fly." Having heard it, Zhou Xuanji immediately threw it down and flew away on his sword. He didn't have the time to look for more boats. No matter how fast the ship of the netherworld was, it was still not as fast as he could fly on his own. Even though he used the truth sword, he was still a little uneasy. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, his heart became strong and fearless. He flew at full speed. After flying for 6 hours, he finally reached the shore. He headed straight for the Judge Palace. At the same time, in the Judge Palace, Judge Chui chased out all the ghost messengers and was alone. He frowned and fell into deep thought. He sighed faintly, "Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji, I still underestimated you. There are too many people fighting for you. How long can I protect you?" Zhou Xuanji's potential was worthy of his protection, but there were even more powerful beings fighting for him. He was now in a passive position. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji rushed into the Judge Palace hurriedly and said urgently, "Judge Chui, the northern wilderness region is in trouble. Send me back quickly." Judge Chui did not look surprised but looked at him calmly. The northern wilderness region was found by Lu Jingfeng from the Xian court. Not to mention how powerful the Xian court is, there will be more powerful factions searching for the northern wilderness region in the future. How long can you protect them? Judge Chui asked slowly as he locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Someone threatened you? He asked. Xian Court? What did it have to do with Xian Daoya? Xian Daoya had been to the northern wilderness region before, so it was not difficult for him to find the northern wilderness region. To prevent the demonic emperor from becoming more powerful, he indeed had the motive to massacre the northern wilderness humans. Judge Cui sighed and said, Zhou Xuanji, I value your potential and endured unimaginable pressure for you. Don't let me down. After that, he stood up and prepared to bring Zhou Xuanji back to the northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji was silent and looked at Judge Cui with a complicated expression. Judge Cui's support for him was equivalent to saving his life. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to repay him but only hoped that Zhou Xuanji would help him after he became more powerful. Judge Cui seemed to have an ulterior motive, but it was nothing compared to what Zhou Xuanji had done. I will not promise anything. You are no longer just a friend in my heart. Zhou Xuanji said softly. Judge Cui heard him and smiled. The two walked out of the judge palace side by side. They were silent along the way. They came to a cliff. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, This is the second time you are sending me off. Judge Cui shook his head and said with a smile, Now, I don't want to persuade you anymore. Follow your heart and hope that you will always be as determined as you are now. I also hope that I can send you off for the third time, the fourth time, or even more. He waved his right hand. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to speak, he was swept away by a powerful force and disappeared into the billowing clouds. Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened, and he felt that the world was spinning. He did not lose consciousness. He was no longer the same as before after all. Northern Wilderness Region. I'm back. At Skyfall. Jiang Shui sat under a tree at the top of the mountain and was knitting clothes. She looked so beautiful against the starry sky. Zhou Xiaoxian appeared beside her and squatted down. Mother, you are knitting again. These clothes are useless to father. Why do you need to knit one every year? She said with a pout. Jiang Shui smiled and said, I want to remember his age. She watched Zhou Xuanji grow up. Since he was 2 years old, she would knit clothes for Zhou Xuanji every year. She wanted to maintain this habit. Zhou Xiaoxian pouted. She sighed when she thought of her father. She often went out to train. The geniuses and influential people she met were even older than her father. When those geniuses were still competing in the northern wilderness region, her father had already ascended. While she was proud, she also felt a sense of pressure. She did not want to embarrass Zhou Xuanji. Who said it's useless? I like the clothes your mother knitted for me. Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, which made Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian open their eyes wide. Chapter 462. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Jiang Shui and stroked her hair with a gentle look in his eyes. Jiang Shui looked up in surprise and immediately leaped into his arms. You're finally back. She mumbled softly as a smile appeared on her face. Zhou Xuanji hugged her tightly and said, This time I will bring you along. Her body trembled slightly, and her smile became even more blissful. Zhou Xiaoxian was a little jealous and cried out, Oi oi father, aren't you going to greet me? She sounded like she was complaining, but there was a tinge of excitement in her voice. Zhou Xuanji had been away for so many years, and his image in her heart grew. Somehow, when she saw her father again, she felt that he was giving off a divine aura that made him seem superior. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, Why aren't you married yet? Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Are you still my father? You want me to marry so badly? Humph, if I don't surpass you, I won't marry. Zhou Xuanji looked at her in astonishment and said, You want to be a single dog forever. Zhou Xiaoxian was so angry that she wanted to grab him but was stopped by Jiang Shui. Don't mess with your father. He's mine. Go back and cultivate first. Don't disturb our time alone. Jiang Shui pinched her face and snorted. Zhou Xiaoxian was heartbroken. She stomped her foot and snorted coldly before leaving furiously. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were left on the summit. The two sat under the tree and hugged each other tightly. Zhou Xuanji first asked Jiang Shui how she spent all these years. Jiang Shui replied with a smile that she had never left Skyfall and had been cultivating every day. With the help of the colorful celestial fruit, she had already reached Great Realization Level 1. After that, Zhou Xuanji told her about his experiences. Jiang Shui's heart tightened as she listened. Even though he spoke casually, she could feel the pressure. How nervous was he when he was being hunted by malicious Buddha and Shen Daoya? She did not dare to imagine. She also learned about Daoya old man's identity from that. Should we tell Grand Teacher about this? Although he was formed from a split of Shen Daoya's soul, I believe he will not harm you. He had no choice. We should help him escape his suffering. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He never hated Daoya old man. He sighed and said, "Don't worry about him for now. A true god has arrived in the northern wilderness region." Jiang Shui glared at him and grabbed his collar tightly. She said uneasily, "You're going again." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "After this battle I will build a portal on Skyfall that connects to the Divine Cliff. In the future, when people from the northern wilderness region ascend, they can enter the Divine Cliff directly." Jiang Shui was still very worried. Because Zhou Xuanji told her about the stage above Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal. After all, the Void Extreme Immortal stage was between a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal and a true god. The two of them chatted a bit more before Zhou Xuanji gathered all of Emperor Sword Court's higher-ups. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, everyone was very excited. Zhao Congjian, Lin Chang'e, and the little black snake pestered Zhou Xuanji, asking him to tell them about the upper realm. Zhou Xuanji stared at them and everyone quietened down. He told Xiao Jinghong about the teleportation gate and asked Xiao Jinghong to handle it personally. Soon after, he spoke of the crisis of the true gods, which moved everyone. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion came from outside the hall, causing them to turn their heads in shock. A massive aura weighed down on their hearts and their scalps even felt numb. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and mumbled, "I didn't expect someone to fight against a true god." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. There was someone who was as powerful as a true god in the northern wilderness region? They thought that Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful cultivator. They did not expect someone even more powerful. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Guard Skyfall and wait for my return." After that, he flew out of the palace like a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. Jiang Shui put her palms together and placed them before her chest, praying for Zhou Xuanji. On a grassy plain that had turned into ruins, Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis stood up with great difficulty. Both of them were covered in injuries and looked extremely pathetic. Marquis spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "If I were here, I would have killed you with a slap." Lu Jingfeng levitated in the air with his blade of light and looked down at them. Devil Emperor Dugu looked up. His face was hideous and his eyes were blood-red like a demon god. He tried his best to channel his demonic chi, which shook the ground violently. "You can't defeat me at all. Why are you still fighting? Trying to buy time? Are you waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come back?" Lu Jingfeng looked down at them and asked coldly, "I'm waiting too. Someone wants him dead." Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis were not surprised. They continued to look at him viciously. "He's already here. It's time for you to die." After Lu Jingfeng spoke, he slashed down with his blade. Marquis could not dodge in time and turned into ashes on the spot. The horrifying impact sent Devil Emperor Dugu flying away. Far away. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were also watching the battle. The two tribulation executives looked at everything in silence and could do nothing. Devil Emperor Dugu charged out from the billowing dust and charged toward Lu Jingfeng fearlessly. Almost instantly he came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed with his palms. The demonic chi around him transformed into ferocious beast heads that bit at Lu Jingfeng with unstoppable force. Lu Jingfeng snorted coldly, and the beast's heads exploded immediately. Devil Emperor Dugu flew backward while vomiting blood. Boom! Lu Jingfeng stomped on Devil Emperor Dugu's chest and sent him crashing into the ground. The ruins collapsed under the immense force and formed a horrifying crater with a diameter of 100 miles. The mountains far away shook violently, and a hurricane swept up the forest. Even the clouds in the sky were dispelled. The power of a true god was far beyond the mortal realm. Devil Emperor Dugu grabbed onto Lu Jingfeng's leg and struggled with all his might. Lu Jingfeng looked down at him from above and said, "Devil Emperor Dugu, I'll give you one last chance. Acknowledge me as your master and I will spare your life." Devil Emperor Dugu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll be a devil again but I will never be a slave." Lu Jingfeng frowned. He slashed down with his blade and was about to decapitate Devil Emperor Dugu. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. The 9-flame chimera demon sword turned into a stream of sword light and collided with Lu Jingfeng's blade of light. Lu Jingfeng and Devil Emperor Dugu turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji coming over on a river of swords. "If you want to fight, fight me." Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. He held the holy light divine shadow sword in his left hand and the all-evil yin-yang destruction in his right hand. Seeing him, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat became excited. Zhou Xuanji really came. Lu Jingfeng glanced sideways at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Zhou Xuanji, I've heard of you. A first-class great emperor and a 10th revolution golden immortal who could kill void extreme immortals. But do you really think you are qualified to challenge a true god? He slowly rose up. He was not in a hurry to kill Devil Emperor Dugu, and he turned his attention to Zhou Xuanji. Do you know how many almighties want you dead? Lu Jingfeng asked with a murderous aura. Countless golden weapons appeared around him. There were sabers, swords, clubs, and halberds. All of them were pointed at Zhou Xuanji. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered, and the might of heaven was vast and mighty. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow too. Countless sword shadows formed into a primordial world of magnificent mountains and rivers, each occupying one side of the sky with Lu Jingfeng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 463. There are many people who want to kill me. I don't have time to care about how many there are. Zhou Xuanji replied coldly as he approached Lu Jingfeng on the River of Swords. This was his first time challenging a true god. His heart was filled with excitement. Lu Jingfeng smiled. His smile was filled with killing intent. The number of golden light divine weapons around him reached tens of millions, and they covered the sky and earth. Their might gathered together, causing the earth to tremble. Devil Emperor Dugu and the two tribulation executives looked at him in horror. What a powerful aura. It felt as if the northern wilderness region would shatter at any moment under this pressure. Millions of golden weapons suddenly charged toward Zhou Xuanji. They moved like lightning and the heavens and earth changed color. The primordial chaos sword shadow followed, tearing apart the sky. It was like the beginning of the primordial world, exploding with all kinds of phenomena. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng moved at the same time. Facing a true god, Zhou Xuanji directly used nearly 200 swords and unleashed Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. 200 beams of silver light circled around Zhou Xuanji's body and charged at him recklessly. They were so fast that it looked like a gigantic silver orb enveloping Zhou Xuanji. The divine weapons and sword shadows that filled the sky clashed together, forming countless explosions that shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure caused the entire northern wilderness region to fall into a calamity. The various city walls of the five empires collapsed. Countless lakes and rivers churned and the forests swayed. Avalanches occurred on the snowy mountains one after another, and the white impact swept through everything. Especially in the sea, monstrous waves suddenly rose, wreaking havoc on the seaside. The arrival of the calamity was beyond the expectations of all living beings in the world. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng began fighting amidst the explosions. Zhou Xuanji held both swords in his hands and attacked fiercely. He activated the sword soul from time to time, while the sword sect immortal cry around him continued to attack. But it was a pity that they could not hurt Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng had many divine abilities and was as fast as a phantom. He moved about continuously and attacked Zhou Xuanji from different directions. With the power of two Armageddon legendary swords and the heavenly law's celestial energy, Zhou Xuanji could barely fight Lu Jingfeng. Immortal energy. Could it be that this fellow obtained the inheritance of the immortal god? Lu Jingfeng was secretly shocked, and killing intent surged in his heart. Zhou Xuanji felt even more pressure. The difference in their realms was too great. Even with the support of two powerful forces, he felt that his body would explode at any moment. It was almost impossible to defeat Lu Jingfeng. Devil Emperor Dugu flew into the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. This kid, how could he be so strong? How long has it been? His heart was filled with terror. Zhou Xuanji's talent and serendipity far exceeded his imagination. It was so strong that even he was a little afraid. The two tribulation executives were simply excited. As long as Zhou Xuanji defeated Lu Jingfeng, the northern wilderness region would survive another crisis. However, good times don't last long. Boom. Lu Jingfeng slashed down Zhou Xuanji with one slash. His body penetrated through the ground and fell tens of thousands of meters deep. There were rocks all around him and there was no light. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and felt that his internal organs were already shattered. The real god power was really too strong. Lu Jingfeng suddenly rushed in front of him, grabbed his neck with his left hand and flung him up. Zhou Xuanji lost control of his body and flew out from the ground. He crashed through the thunderclouds and was corroded by countless lightning bolts. I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. The 10,000-meter tall golden Buddha landed steadily on the ground and slashed at Lu Jingfeng with its 1,000 hands. The power of an ant dares to fight against a god. Lu Jingfeng's cold laughter could be heard. A beam of golden light burst through the surface of the earth and slashed the golden Buddha in half. Peerlessly domineering. Zhou Xuanji's body turned golden, and a nine-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. He activated World Overlord and gathered the power of the heavens and earth. Pain could be seen on his face. His body had reached its limit and could not take it any longer. But he had to give it his all. If he lost, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xiao Jinghong, Daoya Old Man, and the others would not be able to escape death. Millions of Emperor Sword Court disciples would die in agony. Go to hell. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the all-evil yin-yang destruction. A black radiance flashed, and the sword penetrated Lu Jingfeng's chest instantly. Void instant kill. Lu Jingfeng was not surprised but smiled mockingly. His body turned illusory and he appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. His hand blade landed on the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck and knocked him down again. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were in despair. It's over. It's over. There's no escape. Dao Seeker sat paralyzed in the ruins. He was dispirited. Zhou Xuanji, you still want to fight? Lu Jingfeng stood high above like the radiant sun. His voice resounded across the northern wilderness region. Only then did the world understand that a powerful enemy was coming. The Sword Emperor who ascended had returned to fight for them. From what Lu Jingfeng said, Zhou Xuanji was at a disadvantage. The billowing dust was dispersed by the sword qi. Zhou Xuanji got up. The Holy Light Redemption sword pierced into his back to heal him. He twisted his neck and blood flowed from his mouth uncontrollably. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep was still going on, but to a powerful true god, it was useless. The difference in cultivation stage prevented the legendary swords from keeping up with Lu Jingfeng's speed. He stared fixedly at Lu Jingfeng. His eyes were filled with ferocity without fear. He charged up into the sky again, but he was struck down by Lu Jingfeng in less than 2 breaths' time. Devil Emperor Dugu understood that Zhou Xuanji could not defeat Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji was already very surprising to him. He gritted his teeth, took out a skull and raised it above his head. Demon God of the Abyss. Your people beg you to descend and eliminate the enemy for me. His hoarse roar attracted Zhou Xuanji, Lu Jingfeng, and the 2 tribulation executives to look at him. Boom. A beam of black light shot out from the skull and pierced through the clouds. A black hole formed by a black cyclone appeared. Lu Jingfeng's expression changed slightly. He came up to Devil Emperor Dugu in one step and decapitated him. Blood splattered all over the ground. The skull shattered suddenly and dissipated with the wind. Lu Jingfeng looked up at the black hole and his face turned dark. A horrifying demonic might descended. Including Zhou Xuanji, all living beings in the world felt uneasy. It was as though they were facing death. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the black hole. They looked extremely evil. It was as though a gigantic evil god was looking down at the mortal world from the sky. Just the eyes alone were so big. It was unimaginable how big his body was. Demon Ancestor, Lu Jingfeng said with gritted teeth with an unsightly expression. He did not expect Devil Emperor Dugu to be related to the Demon Ancestor. No wonder this fellow was able to escape from Han Shuzi's grasp. Whoosh! At this moment, a horrifying suction force exploded. Countless rocks flew up. Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly lowered their bodies so that they would not be sucked away. Far away, countless humans, demons, and beasts were sucked toward the black hole. Oh, what's that? Why is it like this? Who can save me? It's over. All sorts of cries and screams could be heard. Zhou Xuanji wanted to save them, but he was too severely injured to do so. Lu Jingfeng made his move. He swung his saber wildly at the black hole. Countless saber qi sliced the mortals along the way into a rain of blood. The saber qi entered the black hole and disappeared without causing any sound or damage. Chapter 464. The demon ancestor devoured the mortal spirits and stared at Lu Jingfeng with his blood-red eyes. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel their hair stand on end. Lu Jingfeng was drenched in cold sweat. He was panicking and didn't know what to do. If he stayed in the northern wilderness region, he would have to face the demonic lord. If he left the northern wilderness region, the demonic ancestor would be even more dangerous to him, as there was no longer the power of the heavenly law to obstruct him. It was a dead end with no solution. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to heal himself. He stared into the demonic ancestor's eyes while guarding against Lu Jingfeng. All the divine swords gathered around him, and the voices of the 9 souls resounded in his mind. Demon ancestor. Why is he here? Were you asleep just now? That Dugu brat summoned it. No wonder Devil Emperor Dugu rose to power so quickly. He has the demon ancestor behind him. What a joke. He said that he would never yield. Isn't that yielding to the demon ancestor's tyranny? To think that the demon ancestor would still be alive. The discussions of the 9 souls shocked Zhou Xuanji. They all knew the devil ancestor, which meant that the devil ancestor had existed for a long time, even longer than the experts he knew. Just the 2 words devil ancestor were enough to make one's imagination roam. What does he want? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. The demonic ancestor did not attack but continued to devour mortals. Could it be that he wanted to devour all living beings in the northern wilderness region? What was the difference between this and slaughtering the humans of the northern wilderness? He raised his hands, the all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light divine shadow sword flew into his hands. Stop right there. If you go you will definitely die. Lu Wuji shouted. This was the first time he had ever been so serious. Seeing more and more mortal souls being swept up, Zhou Xuanji could not remain calm. He could feel that the suction force was becoming stronger. If this continued, the common people would be in trouble and Emperor Sword Court would not be spared. His eyes became determined, and all the divine swords vibrated violently. Dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around the blades and dragon roars sounded. Boom. Lu Jingfeng, who was far away, was the first to charge into the sky. He held the lightsaber in his hand, roared furiously, and slashed with his saber. The 1,000-feet-long saber chi rose like a crescent moon, smashing into the black hole with unstoppable force. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage. Lu Jingfeng didn't stop. As he charged towards the black hole, he swung his saber crazily. Countless saber auras slashed out continuously. At this moment he was like a demon, hysterical and reckless. The true god's aura caused the land of the northern wilderness region to shatter, and the waves along the coast crashed onto the mainland. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and leaped up toward the demon ancestor. Roar! A domineering dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji and all of his legendary swords transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was thousands of meters long and shone with a golden radiance. The ancestral dragon roared as it charged out, creating a powerful gale that swept away the clouds. Lu Jingfeng charged into the black hole with the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 2 tribulation executives raised their necks and watched the battle nervously. Will it work? Dao Seeker muttered to himself, and his tone was filled with anxiety. A world-shaking explosion came from the sky. Next they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng falling from the sky, covered in blood. As a result, the suction force dissipated, and the mortal spirits that had been swept into the air fell to the ground. Most of the mortal spirits fell to their deaths because their cultivation levels were insufficient. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng used to be enemies, but now they had become brothers in the same boat. The 2 fell into the ruins and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Northern Wilderness Region, the tiny mortal realm. An indifferent and dignified voice rang out. It was like a giant deity from the 9th heaven was evaluating the mortal world. None of the living beings could feel a shred of anger, only endless fear. Before such a mighty aura, all the mortal spirits were so fragile. On Skyfall, Xiao Jinghong and the group of elders levitated in the sky. Millions of Emperor Sword Court disciples were scattered around Skyfall. When Xiao Jinghong drew his sword, all the disciples followed suit. Clang! The sound of millions of swords being drawn gathered together. It was so crisp that it could tear apart all noise. Everyone was trembling, but they did not give up. All of them looked up at the sky with gritted teeth. At this moment, everyone looked up and could see the demon ancestor's blood-red eyes. It was even bigger than the sun, like a peerless demon god that was unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He had no energy to stand up. Facing the demon ancestor, he did not even have the chance to use evil spirit retribution. He opened his eyes with great difficulty, and all he saw was darkness. Darkness of despair. Buried deep underground, he could not see what was happening outside. Emperor Zhao's voice came, "Forget it? Can't you escape by yourself? If you continue to waste time like this, you will only die here." Facing Lu Jingfeng, Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning. Moreover, the demon ancestor was countless times more powerful than Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji desperately channeled the heavenly law's celestial power in the Tianxia map and used it to heal his body. Even in the Center God province, no one can stop the demon ancestor. Sovereign Xian sighed. He suddenly felt that he should not have died. Now he was really aggrieved. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to them. He got up with great difficulty, and the heavenly law's celestial power burst out to help him get out of the ground. Not far away, Lu Jingfeng knelt on the ground and panted heavily. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the demon ancestor. Too powerful. He had never met such a powerful being before. Boom! A beam of demonic chi shot down from the black hole and smashed into the ground, shaking the entire northern wilderness region. Countless roars came from the beam of demonic chi, as though the resentful demons from hell were about to charge out. Daoseeker's expression changed drastically. He knelt on the ground with a loud thud as though he had lost his soul. The man in the woven rush raincoat clenched his fists as his body trembled. Shortly after, countless resentful demons flew out from the beam of demonic chi and charged in all directions. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows slayed tens of thousands of demons. But there were just too many demons in the beam of light. They charged out continuously, like a swarm of ants coming out of a hole. There was an uncountable number of them. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel despair. There was really nothing he could do, his legs were trembling and the bones in his legs were shattered. But he still stood up with the heavenly law's celestial power. His face turned hideous. Since he was going to die anyway, he chose to die in battle. At this moment, the red bead on his neck beamed with a brilliant radiance that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Lu Jingfeng and the two tribulation executives turned around in shock. A silhouette appeared before Zhou Xuanji. He stood tall and straight. His black robe danced in the wind, and his white hair danced freely. After the powerful radiance dissipated, he was completely exposed under the sky. His face was cold and his eyes were cold. His feet were bare and his black robe was riddled with holes. He looked pathetic, but his aura was extremely powerful. He was Emperor Xia's sworn brother, Mo Jiuqing. So, it's the demon ancestor. Interesting. Mo Jiuqing stared into the demon ancestor's eyes and said with a smile. After that, he walked up into the air, as though there was a shapeless stairway under his feet that led him to the top of the sky. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Who are you? He could not help but ask. Instinctively, he gripped the red bead on his neck tightly. He felt complicated. He did not expect to use the treasure that the old beggar gave him so soon. Chapter 465. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Mo Jiuqing did not reply but uttered 3 words. Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. During this period of time, Mo Jiuqing was known by everyone in the Center God province. Why did he fly out from the red bead? Mo Jiuqing no longer paid any attention to Zhou Xuanji, and he covered hundreds of meters with each step as he walked towards the sky. Lu Jingfeng frowned. He looked at Mo Jiuqing in confusion. He had never heard of Mo Jiuqing's name. He had not been in the Great Thousand World for the past few years, so he did not know about Mo Jiuqing's earth-shattering achievements. The demon ancestor looked at Mo Jiuqing with squinted eyes. I heard that the demon ancestor is peerless. Today I shall challenge you. Mo Jiuqing laughed wildly. After he spoke, he quickly disappeared into the black hole. A horrifying shockwave came from the black hole and tore the northern wilderness region apart. Zhou Xuanji was forced to crawl on the ground, and all the legendary swords were blocking his head. The black hole disappeared suddenly. The demon ancestor and Mo Jiuqing's aura dissipated too. However, the catastrophe of the northern wilderness region had just begun. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that the mountains and the ground around him were cracking. The northern wilderness region was splitting apart. He continued to heal himself and prayed that Skyfall would not be destroyed. 2 tribulation executives appeared beside him. What's your relationship with that person just now? Daoseeker asked anxiously. He desperately hoped that Mo Jiuqing could defeat the demon ancestor. If the northern wilderness region was destroyed, the tribulation executives would cease to exist. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but looked at Lu Jingfeng. Although the demon ancestor was being held back by Mo Jiuqing, Lu Jingfeng was still a threat. Lu Jingfeng was still in shock. He thought that he was dead for sure, but Mo Jiuqing appeared. He saw clearly that Mo Jiuqing was summoned by Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and fell into a dilemma. Should he kill Zhou Xuanji? Mo Jiuqing's powerful aura made him shudder. But if he did not kill Zhou Xuanji, could this grudge be resolved? If a first-class great emperor grew, only God knew how powerful he would be. After the thought, he raised his right hand and walked toward Zhou Xuanji with a blade of light. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and took out his 2 legendary swords. Both of them were severely injured, but Lu Jingfeng was a true god after all. If they fought again, Zhou Xuanji would surely die. You can't fight anymore. Daoseeker stopped Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji stared at Lu Jingfeng and said coldly, If I don't fight, who? Dao Seeker fell silent. Without Zhou Xuanji, the northern wilderness humans would have been annihilated long ago. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over shakily, Dao Seeker sighed and walked up to him. In the future, the northern wilderness region will really depend on you, he said. With that, he charged towards Lu Jingfeng without any hesitation. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Wasn't tribulation executives not supposed to interact with humans? He subconsciously looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked with his eyes. The man in the raincoat sighed and did not speak. Dao Seeker sprinted toward Lu Jingfeng. Dazzling light burst out of his body as bolts of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere and interweaved on his body. I am the heavenly tribulation of the northern wilderness. I should protect this realm with my life. Dao Seeker's voice became solemn. Heavenly thunder surrounded him, and his aura increased crazily. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What is he going to do? Lu Jingfeng also frowned. He was severely injured and was not as powerful as he was at his peak, so he sensed the danger. Tribulation executive? He took a deep breath and slashed with his saber. The saber chi swept horizontally and Dao Seeker clashed with it. The heavenly thunder tore the saber chi apart. He was extremely fast, sweeping up 2 rows of dust along the way as though he was going to split the ground in half. He came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed his palm. Lu Jingfeng could not dodge in time and was struck in the chest. With a loud boom, he flew out like an arrow and disappeared into the horizon. Dao Seeker pursued him. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So powerful. He could sense that Dao Seeker borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth. Other than that, there was also the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation executives are so powerful? He looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat and asked, You are so powerful. Why didn't you attack earlier? The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed, Once we attack, we will be annihilated. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He understood what the man in the woven rush raincoat meant. Dao Seeker wanted to perish together? On the other side, Dao Seeker caught up with Lu Jingfeng and slammed with both of his palms. Lightning struck Lu Jingfeng's body, and Lu Jingfeng could not retaliate at all. They leaped over cliffs. The northern wilderness region was in a mess now. Cities and towns had collapsed. It was as though they had returned to the beginning of the world, when the heavenly might wreaked havoc. Dao Seeker slammed with all his might, and Lu Jingfeng flew across the surface of the sea and fell into the deep sea. The ocean was still in a state of turmoil. Lightning wrapped around his body, and Dao Seeker turned into the tribulation god. He gathered the power of heavenly thunder in his palms and turned them into 2 lightning balls. He waved his right hand and lightning struck down suddenly. The lightning ravaged the ocean and evaporated the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles, turning it into a mist that covered the sky. Lu Jingfeng leaped up from the bottom of the sea with his saber and pierced into Dao Seeker's chest. Dao Seeker was enveloped by a powerful radiance, and his expression could not be seen. He said calmly, Destroy my northern wilderness. Destroy the world. Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body and turned into a lightning net that engulfed Lu Jingfeng. Ah! Lu Jingfeng cried out miserably. The might of the heavenly thunder was so horrifying. The northern wilderness region was facing a calamity, and the heavenly thunder gathered by the tribulation executives was definitely the strongest. It was equivalent to the retaliation of the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng felt that his body would explode at any time, and his soul was also facing the danger of dispersing. He quickly distanced himself from Dao Seeker. Dao Seeker slammed his palms forward and all the lightning bolts shot out. They gathered into a lightning pillar and engulfed Lu Jingfeng. Damn it. Just you wait. If I don't destroy the northern wilderness region, I'm not human. Lu Jingfeng's resentful roar sounded, and his aura dissipated in the heavenly thunder. He no longer existed. Dao Seeker used the power of the tribulation to kill a true god. If Lu Jingfeng was not severely injured, Dao Seeker would not have succeeded. The lightning dissipated, and the powerful radiance on Dao Seeker's body also dissipated. His feet started to petrify and the petrification spread upwards. He took a deep breath and looked exhausted. He looked around and his eyes were filled with reluctance. He had protected the northern wilderness for more than 100,000 years. In the end, he could not escape his fate and died fighting for the northern wilderness. I really hope there's an afterlife, he mumbled to himself. His entire body was petrified, and he turned into a stone man that fell into the raging ocean. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. It struck the petrified Dao Seeker into ashes, which were dispersed by the wind. He died without a burial. He's dead. The man in the raincoat stood beside Zhou Xuanji and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji, who was healing himself, opened his eyes in silence. He felt a little complicated. To be honest, he had always been filled with resentment toward the two tribulation executives. The tribulation executives were the witnesses of history. They always stirred people's hearts. When the northern wilderness region faced a true crisis, they could not do anything. But Daoseeker's performance today dispersed his resentment. There was a tinge of inexplicable disappointment in him. That true God is dead. Although the tribulation is over, the northern wilderness region. The man in the raincoat sighed. He looked afar and saw waves rising from the crisscrossing valleys. Chapter 466. The northern wilderness region was torn apart. The surrounding ocean was affected, and the waves surged toward the continent from all directions. Zhou Xuanji left on his sword and flew toward Skyfall. He could not protect the world with his severe injuries, so he could only try his best to protect Skyfall. At this moment, on Skyfall, 1,000,000 disciples stood in formation to defend against the seawater. At a glance, the mountains around Skyfall were already submerged by the seawater. It was like a lone peak amidst the raging waves, the only pillar between the heavens and the earth. Finyu Dragon King coiled around Skyfall and breathed out dragon flames, drying up the seawater. Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Meng Tianlang, and Qin Bantian used their sword techniques to defend. Everyone was doing their best to defend. Their faces were solemn and sweat covered their foreheads. No matter where they looked, they could only feel despair. What was the apocalypse? They finally understood. There was only one hope left in their hearts, so they continued to persevere. Living beings in the northern wilderness region, that true God has been killed by the tribulation executive. When the world is peaceful, the tribulation will be over. I am already severely injured, so you can only rely on yourselves. Persevere for a while more. Don't give up hope of survival. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world. His voice was so weak, but his words ignited a flame of hope in the hearts of all living beings. All living beings persevered, but every minute and every second, many died. This catastrophe affected every mortal in the northern wilderness region, both overseas and overseas. Although despair was boiling, it was also the beginning of transformation. When Zhou Xuanji returned to Skyfall, the waves had already calmed down. Seeing that he had returned on the River of Swords, a deafening commotion erupted on Skyfall. A smile appeared on Zhou Xuanji's fatigued face. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the heavenly law's celestial power above the clouds. His cultivation efficiency in the northern wilderness region was less than 1/10 of that in the Great Thousand World, but at least he could still cultivate. He opened his eyes and saw a boundless ocean below the sea of clouds. Numerous mountains stood on the surface of the ocean. At first glance, this place looked like an archipelago. After the catastrophe, the northern wilderness region was broken into dozens of continents, and the population was greatly reduced. But the humans and demons were still resilient. They began to travel around and re-establish order. In the mortal realm, there was no longer a distinction between overseas and overseas. A month ago, Zhou Xuanji sent 100,000 disciples out to train and help the weak. He slowly stood up and walked to the peak of Skyfall. A towering portal of 20 feet in height had already been erected. Zhou Xiaoqi, Ah Big and Small Air Little Black Snake and Chongming Demon Monarch were circling around the portal. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Xiao Jinghong hurriedly walked over and cupped his fist, saying, "Revered teacher, the portal has been successfully built." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He flipped his right hand and a fist-sized rock appeared. There were blue lines winding around it. It was the Stone of Two Realms. Regarding Zhou Xuanji's request, Yang Yuqian did his best. He bought 2 Two-Realm stones a long time ago. One was placed on the newly built portal at the Divine Cliff, and the other was given to Zhou Xuanji. When Zhou Xuanji returned to the northern wilderness region and connected the 2 Two-Realm stones, the connection between the northern wilderness region and the Great Thousand World could be realized. Zhou Xuanji placed the Two-Realm stone into a groove on the portal. Next, the entire portal shook violently. There was a loud bang. All the spirit stones on the portal burst forth with energy, converging into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The starry sky above began to ripple. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Daoya Old Man, and the others walked over and looked up, their faces full of anticipation. From now on, the living beings of the northern wilderness region would join the Divine Cliff after they ascended. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle 2 months ago had made him more reserved. Apart from cultivating, he would think about many things. We can finally go to the upper realm. What are you talking about? You don't have the strength to ascend. What's there to be afraid of? Since we can't become great emperors, why don't we go to the great thousand world to look for opportunities? Although the ascension tribulations can increase one's strength by leaps and bounds, the time we spend cultivating in the northern wilderness region might be able to make up for it. Haha, master didn't allow you to ascend. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Han Shenbua, Huang Lianxin, Zhou Shaoxian, and the others started talking about the upper bound excitedly. Jiang Shui walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "It's all in the past." Zhou Xuanji did not look down but continued to look up. "Not yet," he replied. "They might want it to end but I don't." They were not referring to the people in the northern wilderness region but those who were against the northern wilderness region. All these years the northern wilderness region had been suppressed a lot. Zhou Xuanji did not want it to end just like that. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to use his power to prove that the northern wilderness region was inviolable. His goal now was to break through to Void Extreme Immortal as soon as possible. Just the true gods alone were enough to render him helpless. How could he compete with those powerful cultivators? 3 days later. Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and stepped out of the portal to the divine cliff. As for the other disciples, they stayed at Skyfall to cultivate. Only after they surpassed the great realization stage would he allow Emperor Sword Court's disciples to enter the divine cliff. Other than that, all living beings in the world could also ascend through tribulation and enter the divine cliff directly. Sister-in-law is here. Yang Yuqian chuckled. 4 elders stood beside him and they were all smiling as well. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to bring his wife along, they agreed. This would only make Zhou Xuanji's relationship with the divine cliff closer. Jiang Shui nodded and bowed. "Thank you for taking care of me in the divine cliff," she said. Yang Yuqian laughed heartily. After that, he personally sent Zhou Xuanji and his wife back to their residence. After entering the residence, Yang Yuqian and the others left. Zhou Xuanji introduced Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen to Jiang Shui. Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen were very curious about Jiang Shui and wanted to get to know her. The 3 girls were not distant from each other and quickly became friends. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji flew to the clouds with Jiang Shui and cultivated together. When he began to extract heavenly law celestial power, dense spiritual qi gathered around him, allowing Jiang Shui to get twice the result with half the effort. And so, time passed quickly. Every other year, Zhou Xuanji would return to Skyfall to take a look. Each time he would bring back many natural resources and ask people to plant them on Skyfall. Spring passed and autumn came. Soon 50 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 157 years old. In 50 years he obtained 113 legendary swords. The highest was only God slaying and there was only one. During this time, 10 people ascended from the northern wilderness region. Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King had already ascended and officially joined the divine cliff. Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King still treated Zhou Xuanji as their leader. Yang Yuqian turned a blind eye to this. Above the clouds, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with a deep frown. Jiang Shui, who was beside him, opened her eyes and asked concernedly, "You still haven't found the opportunity to break through?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and sighed. He was a little depressed. "Haha, you still have to rely on me to break through." Chapter 467. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old beggar. He grabbed the red bead on his neck and asked, "What is the red bead you gave me? How can it summon Mo Jiuqing?" Jiang Shui looked at the old beggar curiously. Zhou Xuanji's first teacher in name was unfathomable, and she had long wanted to meet him. The old beggar smiled proudly. "This is our teacher bead. If anyone is in danger they can teleport out through the teacher bead. But they must be at least a true god and proficient in the reincarnation shuttle." Teacher bead. Zhou Xuanji was speechless at the name. "What is the reincarnation shuttle?" he asked. "To be proficient in it, it must be a spell, formation or divine ability. The reincarnation shuttle is a divine ability that shuttles between planes. With your capability you are not qualified to learn it." The old beggar replied. He flipped his right hand and a jade lotus appeared in his hand. A wave of fragrance wafted out from the lotus, which soothed Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui. Their senses became much clearer. This is a 100,000-year-old extreme frost lotus root. The massive amount of spiritual qi contained in it is enough for you to break through to Void Extreme Immortal. I will protect you in case another despicable person appears. The old beggar threw the extreme frost lotus root to Zhou Xuanji before he drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. He turned to Jiang Shui and praised, 5 elemental spirit body. You are quite talented. During this period I will teach you a divine ability as well. Take it as my gift to my disciple's wife. Jiang Shui was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Zhou Xuanji sized up the extreme frost lotus root as he asked, "How is Mo Jiuqing?" Mo Jiuqing saved him, so he was concerned about him. That brat overestimated himself. If not for the fact that it was not the demonic ancestor himself, he would be dead for sure. He has already returned to the Center God province to continue his revenge. Soon you will hear from him again. The old beggar replied casually. Apparently he was not fond of Mo Jiuqing. He had so many disciples, and Mo Jiuqing belonged to the group that he did not like. Not the demonic ancestor himself? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. That pair of eyes almost destroyed the northern wilderness region. Lu Jingfeng was so weak before it, and yet it was not the demonic ancestor himself. How powerful would the demonic ancestor be then? He sat cross-legged on the clouds and began to absorb the extreme frost lotus root. The old beggar walked in front of Jiang Shui and said with a smile, "I'll teach you a divine ability now. I see that you're cultivating a demonic art and it's not suitable for you. I'll also teach you a cultivation technique that will allow your 5 elemental spirit body to be fully improved." With that, he quickly stretched out his hand and tapped Jiang Shui's forehead with his index finger. After a while he stopped and Jiang Shui continued to feel the inherited memories. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he said, "I'm going to take a walk in your divine cliff city. You can break through at any time. Don't worry, with me around no one can stop you from breaking through." With that the old beggar disappeared. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes but focused on absorbing the extreme frost lotus root. A wave of extreme cold ran through his body, and a layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a huge amount of spiritual qi, and this is only a small portion. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. He suddenly wanted to know where the old beggar had gotten it from. An hour later, he asked Jiang Shui to wait for him at his residence. He was about to undergo the tribulation, and he did not want to hurt her accidentally. Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal was to transform one's inner pellet into a heavenly pellet and have 10 additional Tao patterns that contain the power of the heavenly law. Void Extreme Immortal was a transformation of the soul. In the previous stages the soul was weak. Normally if the body was destroyed the soul could hardly defeat the enemy. But Void Extreme Immortal could refine the soul. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered and the heavens and earth turned dark. A vast heavenly might spread out. Even the divine Cliff City's disciples could sense it. Soon people gathered. They looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar and cried out in shock. "He's going to break through again? I heard that he's only 150 years old. A Void Extreme Immortal at 150 years old? Even if he's a first-class great emperor, it can't be this exaggerated, right? We don't understand the world of a first-class great emperor. This is a good thing. Our divine cliff will become more powerful." The divine cliff's disciples were looking forward to seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be after his breakthrough. Before, he could already sweep across Void Extreme Immortals. After breaking through, would he be able to battle true gods? Yang Yuqian appeared in the air and cried out, "Spread out and protect Zhou Xuanji." The disciples came back to their senses and surrounded Zhou Xuanji from all directions. They did not reject this mission. Zhou Xuanji was already the divine cliff's representative, and the divine cliff's future depended on him. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more powerful the divine cliff would be, and the more benefits their disciples would receive. If Zhou Xuanji died, the divine cliff would be devoured by the other factions. They would share glory and destruction. The heavenly lightning became more and more powerful, as if there was a terrifying existence rolling in the thunderclouds, causing all the disciples' hearts to pound. What heavenly tribulation was this? A lightning silhouette with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared above the clouds. He spread out his 6 arms, each holding lightning. He was 300 meters tall and looked like a god of lightning, looking divine and majestic. Zhou Xuanji looked up, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. He frowned slightly. This lightning silhouette was so powerful. Its aura was even more powerful than Tang Juetian's. Before he could think too much, the lightning silhouette swooped down. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning fell as if the sky was collapsing. It was extremely majestic. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji used Void Instant Kill straight away. The thunderclap sword shot up with extreme speed and pierced through the lightning silhouette. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. Such a fast sword speed. However, the tribulation had only just begun. Numerous lightning silhouettes were formed from the heavenly lightning. At a glance, there were countless of them, and they surrounded Zhou Xuanji like heavenly soldiers. Yang Yuqian frowned and mumbled, "This tribulation is already showing signs of breaking through to true God." The more powerful the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful and talented Zhou Xuanji was. He was both happy and worried at the same time. At the foot of the mountain in a dense forest, the muscular man brought Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiul to a cave. The muscular man said, "Mo Jiuqing, why aren't you coming out to greet your senior apprentice brother?" Bai Hao Yisin was incredibly excited and stared fixedly at the cave. He had long wanted to meet such a ferocious person like Mo Jiuqing. Feng Qiul, on the other hand, was very uneasy. He was afraid that Mo Jiuqing would go crazy and attack them. "Aoshi, why did you come to find me?" Mo Jiuqing's voice came from the cave with an indifferent tone. Aoshi was the muscular man's name. More accurately speaking, he called himself Grandmaster Aoshi and liked to take in disciples. Evidently, he had inherited this from the old beggar. Grandmaster Aoshi snorted coldly, "Can't we reminisce? You went to the northern wilderness region before. Can you tell me what happened there? Also, why did the demon ancestor's split soul appear?" A series of footsteps came from the cave, and the pale-faced Mo Jiuqing walked out. Chapter 468. The Xian court's disciples discovered the northern wilderness region and attacked, forcing a demonic cultivator to ask for help from the demon ancestor. "My sworn brother comes from the northern wilderness region, which is why I acted." Mo Jiuqing looked at Grandmaster Aoshi and replied calmly. The corner of Grandmaster Aoshi's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Wasn't his last sentence deceiving him? Xian court? Interesting, even though the Xian court and Xian Daoye don't have any relationship, their names are too similar, and it is precisely because there is no connection that it is so confusing. Grandmaster Aoshi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Mo Jiuqing could not deny it and did not reply. His gaze landed on Feng Qiul and he seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Qiul felt his hair stand on end, and he instinctively hid behind Bai Hao Yisin. Grandmaster Aoshi looked at him and asked, "How about we team up and go to the Xian court? At the same time, let this junior of mine gain some knowledge and fight for some fortuitous encounters." Mo Jiuqing did not reply and instead said to Feng Qiul, "Your talent in the Tao of Fate is not bad. How about you join me? Poaching in public." Feng Qiul's heart thumped with excitement. Bai Hao Yisin asked, "Martial uncle, what realm are you at? Can you teach me a few moves?" Grandmaster Aoshi rubbed his forehead, feeling humiliated. Mo Jiuqing glanced at Bai Hao Yisin and said, "Your foundation has been damaged and your temperament is unstable. It will be difficult for you to become great." Critical strike. Bai Hao Yisin almost vomited blood. Grandmaster Aoshi grunted coldly, "Mo Jiuqing, you still haven't answered me." The surrounding forest started to tremble as a massive might exploded out, causing Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiul to almost fall to the ground. Mo Jiuqing calmly replied, "When do we leave?" "Hanging court." His eyes flashed with killing intent. Grandmaster Aoshi laughed and said, "Why don't we go find that junior brother and go together? That's more interesting." Mo Jiuqing frowned slightly, feeling somewhat hesitant. That old thing must be with Zhou Xuanji. He knew the old thing didn't want to see him. The divine cliff. Zhou Xuanji had already endured the heavenly tribulation for 4 hours. All the divine cliff disciples were watching from afar. The thunderclap sword revolved at high speed, its aura surpassing that of a heavenly tribulation. All the disciples were dumbfounded. That sword, a sword that absorbs heavenly tribulation? That's not right. That sword is gradually becoming stronger. It wasn't this powerful before. This is the first time I've seen someone go through a tribulation like this. Who did Zhou Xuanji inherit his sword from? Ning Zifeng and Finyu Dragon King were the most excited. As expected of their master, he was too strong. Zhou Xuanji's magic energy began to skyrocket. He quickly condensed it into heavenly law celestial power. He wanted to transform his magic energy during the breakthrough. He converted all of his magic power into heavenly law immortal energy. Boom. His aura surged and surpassed that of a 10th revolution golden immortal. His entire soul was sublimating, and an indescribable transformation was taking place. He felt that everything around him had become illusory. Void extreme immortal. He was truly stained with the word immortal. Although most of the void extreme immortals did not have heavenly law immortal power, their strength was already comparable to ordinary immortal gods. Ding. Detected that the sword owner has reached the void extreme celestial realm. Gotcha started. Congratulations, sword owner, for drawing Ancient Gazing, Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword, Gold, Evil Blue Sword, Heaven Trampling Immortal Boots. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not too surprised. He had already guessed that he would get the Ancient Gazing Sword when he broke through to the Void Extreme Immortal Realm. In the past 50 years his luck had never been good. He was probably waiting for this moment. Information about the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword level. Ancient Gazing description. Transformed from the ancient heavenly wolf tribe, contains the souls of billions of heavenly wolves, and can be used to form ancestral souls for battle. It possesses immense divine power, and requires at least a void extreme celestial mid-stage cultivation base to use. Transformed from the heavenly wolf race? Zhou Xuanji was quite shocked in his heart. How powerful would an entire race be if it turned into a sword? In addition, the evil blue sword had also appeared. He had always been thinking about the 7-colored evil swords, hoping that they could form the ancient demon sword. Evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil red sword, evil scarlet sword, evil blue sword. Just one more round. The heaven-treading immortal boots was a magic tool, so he could try it out after his tribulation. Use the Emperor's might to suppress the dermic powers in my body, and let the heavenly Tao's grace concentrate on the heavenly Tao immortal power. The old beggar's voice suddenly came to Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji did as he was told. The Emperor's might was a type of suppression. It could suppress those at a lower stage than oneself. But all this while, Zhou Xuanji's enemies were very powerful, so he rarely used it. But after the old beggar appeared, he gained a deeper understanding of the Emperor's might. The Emperor's might could help in cultivation. He began to suppress his origin energy with the Emperor's might and let the heavenly law's celestial power fill his body. And so, the heavenly law's celestial power began to fuse with his bones and muscles. A while later, the thunder clouds began to dissipate. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already turned into a man of light. His powerful aura made everyone's heart tremble. Is this brat really just breaking through to Void Extreme Immortal? Yang Yuqian was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji's aura was not far from that of a true god. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded again. He suddenly raised his head and let out a long roar. The radiance on the surface of his body retracted back into his body, and his entire body was glowing with a faint radiance. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of radiance shot out from his eyes as though they were real. Heavenly Law's celestial body. His body had completely transformed into an immortal body. From now on, he would be generating celestial power instead of celestial power. In other words, he was already an immortal god. A true immortal god. He was exhilarated in his heart, but his face was cold. The transformation of his body and soul caused his power to grow tremendously. Compared to before, his power grew by more than 100 times. This sense of power filled him with pride. If he were to encounter Lu Jingfeng a few decades ago, he would not be in such a sorry state. At this moment, his breakthrough was over. He sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate his qi. He stored the Thunderclap sword into the supreme storage. This time, the Thunderclap sword should be able to level up to Celestial Shaking grade, and there was hope for it to reach God-Slaying grade. The lightning in its body had all been converted into Heavenly Lightning, which dealt innate damage to demons. The Divine Cliff's disciples discussed excitedly. They were all guessing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was now. Could he resist a true god? After that, Yang Yuqian dismissed the disciples. He did not disturb Zhou Xuanji and left. The sky quieted down. The old beggar appeared before Zhou Xuanji and chuckled, "Brat, you are quite talented. This time you can be ranked among the immortals." Ranked among the immortals? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at him in confusion. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed before the two of them. After the light dissipated, a tall man wearing silver armor appeared. He held a long spear in his hand and had a dignified expression. Zhou Xuanji has comprehended the heavenly law immortal body and can be ranked among the immortals. Now, follow me to the God Palace to meet the Master of Gods. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at the old beggar instinctively. The old beggar nodded with a smile, indicating that he could go. Chapter 469. Zhou Xuanji flew up into the sky with the legendary general. They were extremely fast. Under the guidance of the legendary general, Zhou Xuanji did not feel the barrier of the first heaven. He could not help but ask, Could it be because I have already cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution that the restrictions of the second heaven are useless to me? If so, could he fly above the 33rd heaven directly? The legendary general replied, yes. But you can only go to the 9th heaven. You cannot go to the higher heavens unless you are more powerful. Of course, the higher heavens are inhabited by powerful beings. If you are not careful, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. I advise you to be respectful. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhou Xuanji intently. As a genius of the Center God province, how could the immortal gods not know of his existence? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought and did not ask further. A while later, they finally came to the 9th heaven. There was nothing special about the sky here. It was vast and boundless with blue sky and white clouds. It was relaxing and relaxing. The legendary general flew in front. Suddenly, a radiance glowed around him. Next, the space in front of them began to ripple. A group of majestic palaces appeared. The smallest palace was 30 meters tall, while the most majestic one was 300 meters tall. There were two 300 meters tall statues of gods in front of the gates. Teams of divine soldiers patrolled the place. Zhou Xuanji even saw some fairies entering the palace playfully. The scene was as beautiful as a painting, like a dream. Soon, the two flew into an arched door and continued ahead. Most of the immortal gods along the way were cold and aloof. They did not even look at Zhou Xuanji. They continued ahead. They came to the largest palace. 8 legendary generals were waiting in front of the gate. The legendary general who led the way walked up and said a few words before signaling Zhou Xuanji to follow. The two stepped into the palace and a powerful radiance flashed. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes instinctively. When he opened them again, he saw a gigantic silhouette on a platform in front of him. The Master of Gods. He wore a majestic silver-white emperor's robe and sat upright. His shoulders were broad as though they could bear the weight of the world. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes seemed to hide 2 starry skies. Other than him, there was an old man in a white robe. His hair was white, but his face looked very young. The white-robed old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "The youngest first-class great emperor in history. I finally meet you." The divine general who led the way bowed and left. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and asked, "I'm Zhou Xuanji, I wonder?" The white-robed elder stroked his beard and smiled. "I'm Old Star Lord, and I'm in charge of the celestial positions in the palace. His Majesty is the master of all gods, and you'll become an immortal god in the future and you'll listen to his orders." Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change, but he felt a little jealous in his heart. The so-called immortals and gods were also used by humans. He couldn't help but wonder who was stronger between the master of all gods and the demon ancestor. The fact that the old beggar had asked him to come meant that he hoped that he could receive the protection of the master of gods. "Zhou Xuanji, you were born in the northern wilderness region. After reincarnating, you retained the memories of your previous life. In this life, you have extraordinary talent and became a great emperor before 100 years old. Now you are only 157 years old and have reached the void extreme immortal stage. Your talent is indeed powerful. We will allow you to directly become a 3rd-rank immortal god." The Master of Gods asked as he stared at Zhou Xuanji without blinking, giving him a great deal of pressure. He asked hesitantly, "Can you explain the difference between civil and military positions? The positions of immortals must be different from those in the mortal realm." Old Star Lord said with a smile, "A civil position is responsible for local incense offerings and astronomical phenomena. A military position is relatively freer. You can wait for orders and slay evil in the mortal realm. Both positions allow you to enjoy incense offerings in the mortal realm, provided that there are people in the mortal realm who believe in you." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "Then I will choose the military position." He did not like the fact that the civil position was going to other places. He still had to help Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff develop. "Follow me." Old Star Lord nodded and walked over. After that, Zhou Xuanji left the God Palace with him. The Master of God's expression changed. After Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he mumbled, "A first-class great emperor that even the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor want. What's his background?" He decided to observe Zhou Xuanji more. On the other side, Old Star Lord flew Zhou Xuanji among the palaces and explained the situation of immortals to him along the way. The factions of the immortals were collectively known as the God Palace. Most of the immortals came from the ancient immortal clans, but there were also acquired ones like Zhou Xuanji. Other than the immortals from the ancient immortal clans, the other immortals were not allowed to stay in the God Palace. They could only come up when the God Palace ordered them to. The God Palace would protect each immortal god and give them a salary, which was immortal spirit pills. Each pill contained massive amounts of spiritual qi. Other than the God Palace, no other place could produce them. Currently, there were more than 100,000 immortals and tens of millions of ordinary immortal soldiers. There was a fundamental difference between immortal gods and immortal soldiers. Immortal soldiers were not much different from cultivators in the Great Thousand World. Most of them did not have heavenly law celestial energy. With Old Star Lord leading the way, Zhou Xuanji came to a small palace. There was an elderly immortal god inside. When he saw Old Star Lord, he immediately bowed to him respectfully. Register him as a third-rank immortal general. His name is Zhou Xuanji. Find out his identity first. Old Star Lord said with a kind smile, which made the elderly immortal god open his eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji, the ancient genius who ranked 13th on the Great Emperor's stele? He took a deep breath and walked up to the counter. He pulled open a drawer and took out a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror began to reflect Zhou Xuanji's past. It was a scene of him going through a tribulation. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. What kind of monster was this boy? The heavenly tribulations he faced were not the ones he should have faced at his cultivation level. After a while, he took out a medallion and engraved Zhou Xuanji's name before handing it to Zhou Xuanji. Following this, Old Star Lord brought Zhou Xuanji to receive immortal spirit pills, third-rank divine armor, and third-rank divine weapon. Old Star Lord's status in the God Palace was extremely high, and it was rare for him to personally receive a newcomer. Soon, news of Zhou Xuanji becoming an immortal god spread. Zhou Xuanji's name was like thunder to their ears and they all knew him. I heard that boy became a third-rank immortal general straight away. What? How old is he? He already broke through to Void Extreme Immortal. Even a Void Extreme Immortal shouldn't become a third-rank immortal straight away. Humph, as expected, talent is popular everywhere. The immortal gods began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. Most of them were not convinced of his position as an immortal. It was not like the God Palace did not have any first-class great emperors. Old Star Lord stopped and said to Zhou Xuanji, "You can go back now. The God Palace will summon you through your immortal medallion. From today onwards, you are an immortal god. As an immortal god, you must act with integrity and must not harm living beings. Of course, if anyone dares to target you, the God Palace will protect you." With that, the Old Star Lord disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji played with the third-rank immortal medallion in his hand and suddenly laughed. "I have another backer and it's a giant one." Chapter 470. Zhou Xuanji kept the third-rank immortal token and dived into the sea of clouds. He did not stop along the way. He passed through the 9 heavens and returned to the center god province. However, it was not the divine cliff below him. Fortunately, he was already a Void Extreme Immortal, so his flying speed was much faster than before. Half a day later, he returned to the divine cliff. He didn't tell Yang Yuqian about this, but went to find the old beggar first. He told them about his trip to the divine palace. The old beggar nodded in satisfaction and said, "The master of all gods and that old guy Xingqian really know how to behave. No, to be a god. A third-rank immortal general is already a great favor for you. Remember, in the future when you are in the divine palace, if anyone with a lower immortal base dares to bully you, you have to act immediately. Because the heavenly rules of the divine palace are on your side. Similarly, don't antagonize existences with a higher cultivation base than you." Zhou Xuanji remembered these words, which meant that someone would provoke him. He asked, "How strong is the master of all gods? How is he compared to the demon ancestor?" In his heart, the demonic ancestor was a first-class existence. He stood side by side with the 9th Nether Buddha, the heavenly saint, and the old immortal. He felt that the old immortal might be the strongest because the old immortal could predict the birth of the heavenly saint. Of course, it was also possible that he was just good at divination. The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, "Focus on your cultivation. What's the point of asking these questions?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. "You don't know?" Then, he turned around and prepared to return to his residence. "Wait, let's go to the forest where we were training. Someone is waiting for you there." The old beggar stopped Zhou Xuanji and said this before walking towards the divine cliff city. Zhou Xuanji was confused in his heart, but he still flew toward the forest. Passing through the thick fog, he arrived at the forest. He saw 4 people at a glance. They were Mo Jiuqing, Grandmaster Aoshi, Baihao Yisin, and Feng Qiu. His expression didn't change as he walked up to the 4 people and asked, "What's the matter?" He looked at Grandmaster Aoshi. Who was this guy? Bai Hao Yisin crossed his arms and coldly harumphed arrogantly as he said, "Stinking brat, we're here to give you a fortuitous opportunity and a chance for revenge. Hurry up and kneel." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and felt that his acting was quite good. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "My name is Tianhan, so you can call me Grandmaster Aoshi. I'm your senior apprentice brother, and we want to go to the Xian court to cause trouble. Do you want to come?" The true god that attacked the northern wilderness region came from the Xian court. Zhou Xuanji heard him and asked, "What can I get? Don't tell me it's just revenge." Feng Qiu sighed. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more uncomfortable he felt. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin was inferior in all aspects. Moreover, it was far inferior. Mo Jiuqing said coldly, "You can take whatever you want from the Xian court?" "So exciting?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "Are we leaving now?" The wolf ancestral soul sword required the cultivation of a mid-stage void extreme immortal. It would probably take several hundred years just by cultivating. He could only look for opportunities. The void extreme immortal realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, middle, late, and perfection. After reaching the great circle of the void extreme immortal stage, one could attempt to become a heavenly law true god. Yes. Mo Jiuqing nodded. Zhou Xuanji said with a frown, "Give me some time, I need to make some arrangements." The 4 of them did not have any objections. Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to his residence and told Jiang Shui about this. Jiang Shui pouted coquettishly and said, You can never stop. You've just broken through and you're thinking about other opportunities. Come back soon, I'll wait for you. She also planned to go down to the mortal realm to see Zhou Shaoxian. The 2 of them spent some time together before Zhou Xuanji left. After coming to the forest, the 5 of them gathered. Grandmaster Aoshi waved his right hand, and Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was within an orb of light. He glanced at Grandmaster Aoshi stealthily, feeling quite shocked. Just how powerful was this fellow's cultivation? It seemed that he was more powerful than Mo Jiuqing, or else how could he be in charge of all of this? The Xian court has over 100 true gods, and the most powerful person was a first-class great emperor. Now, his strength is unfathomable, Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence. Grandmaster Aoshi said, breaking the silence and starting to talk about the Xian court's strength. Zhou Xuanji silently listened and did not say anything. Since there were 2 big shots leading him, he only needed to focus on stealing things. Grandmaster Aoshi guessed that the Xian court was related to Xian Daoya, and this operation would most likely draw out Xian Daoya. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Xian Daoya comes from the great Emperor Dao court, and those people are all quite ferocious. This operation will leave the Center God province, so you must follow us. Don't get lost or else you will die without a grave. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and wanted to ask why he didn't say so earlier. Was it too late to back out now? After Grandmaster Aoshi finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji looked at Bai Hao Yisin and said, "Why do you only have second revolution golden immortal cultivation?" This was quite heart-wrenching. Bai Hao Yisin almost coughed up blood and did not know how to retort. Grandmaster Aoshi coldly harumphed, "This boy is already crippled." Feng Qiu madly nodded. Mo Jiuqing arrogantly stood by the side and did not say anything. On a wasteland, Xiao Hongjun and a man walked side by side. This man wore white clothes and a purple shirt. He had a handsome face and his hair was combed behind his head. His facial features were chiseled and he had a big smile on his face. "Hongjun, our Xian court has discovered the location of the northern wilderness. Before, a senior apprentice brother almost destroyed the northern wilderness, but he was stopped by the demonic ancestor. 50 years later he finally returned. The Xian court plans to destroy the northern wilderness, and when the time comes, they will definitely force Zhou Xuanji to descend into the mortal realm." The man in purple smiled, looking very eager. Xiao Hongjun asked indifferently, "Who from your Xian court will act?" When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, she felt quite angry. This fellow was like a cockroach. No matter how much she stepped on him, she would not be able to kill him. "The second court lord will personally act," the man in purple said with a pleased smile. The purple-robed man smiled smugly. Xiao Hongjun looked at him in surprise. The Xian court's second court lord was extremely powerful. Was it worth such an expert personally acting to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Thinking about it, it made sense. A scourge would last for 1,000 years, and it was best to kill Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. She smiled and said, "Is that so? I hope that when we go to the Xian court, we will be able to receive news of Zhou Xuanji's death." The man in purple chuckled and said, Of course. He was filled with confidence towards the Xian court. In his heart, the Xian court was the most powerful existence in the world. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly felt the orb of light stop. He opened his eyes and saw a massive island floating in the sea of clouds below. There were countless demon birds circling around it, giving off powerful demonic qi. Even from far away, Zhou Xuanji could sense powerful auras. Very good, the Xian court's 3 court lords are all here. Today we'll slaughter them. Today we'll kill them all, Mo Jiuqing said coldly, his eyes giving off killing intent. Back then the Xian court had suppressed him before. A python inscription whip appeared in Grandmaster Aoshi's hand as he said, "Do we forcefully attack, or do we have a plan?" Baihao Yisin and Feng Qiu both looked incredibly excited, feeling incredibly expectant. After saying this, Mo Jiuqing swooped down. "I alone am enough." He turned into a ray of light and directly pierced through the massive island, and a deafening explosion sounded out. Chapter 471. Mo Jiuqing smashed into the Xian court like a meteor, causing the massive island to crack apart. Powerful auras exploded out, shaking the heavens. Who dares to attack the Xian court? Enemy attack. Seeking death. Kill him. Despicable my house. Just who is it? How dare they? Furious curses sounded out, and following this, there were waves of explosions. Mo Jiuqing was completely unrestrained within the Xian court, rampaging about and catching the Xian court's disciples off guard. Looking down from the sky, Zhou Xuanji and the others could sense a wave of demonic qi rampaging about the Xian court incredibly quickly. Grandmaster Aoshi said, "Let's go down together. Don't get too far away from me." After saying this, the orb of light around them suddenly shattered, and the 4 of them dove down. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Baihao Yisin and said, "Don't self-destruct again." Baihao Yisin felt humiliated, and his face and neck became red. He did not have time to retort before Grandmaster Aoshi and Zhou Xuanji smashed through the roof of a palace, and he and Feng Qiu rushed in. Countless disciples rushed over from all directions, and all kinds of magic techniques dazzled everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji directly cast Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and 300 or so legendary swords shot out, all of them giving off silver light. They started to circle around Zhou Xuanji, forming a massive silver orb of light. Anyone who came close would be attacked by the legendary swords, and they were incredibly sharp. Baihao Yisin and Feng Qiu kept their distance and closely followed Grandmaster Aoshi. The 2 of them looked at Zhou Xuanji looking quite shocked. What a powerful aura. This boy's control over swords was becoming stronger and stronger. Baihao Yisin felt quite bitter in his heart. He felt that he could not continue to wander around, or else Zhou Xuanji would leave him further and further behind. He had once been an invincible great emperor who had swept through the northern wilderness. "Grandmaster Aoshi, you're seeking death." A furious roar sounded out as a pillar of light descended from the sky, landing in front of Grandmaster Aoshi. After the powerful light dissipated, a well-built man dressed in dark blue robes appeared. His body was like an iron tower, and he gave off a ferocious aura. He punched towards Grandmaster Aoshi, his right fist flashing with lightning and sounding like a lion's roar. Grandmaster Aoshi forcefully received this punch, and he took a step back with his right foot. Grandmaster Aoshi laughed in disdain. "Xian Court's 2nd court lord, your strength has indeed stagnated. You really are trash." His chest shook and he sent the 2nd court master flying. He raised his hands and sucked the 2nd court master toward him. Then he raised his right leg and kicked the 2nd court master, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. The 2nd court master crashed through many palaces and disappeared into the horizon. Tyrannical. Domineering. In front of him, the 2nd court lord was like a mortal, unable to resist at all. The other side. Mo Jiuqing fought with the 1st court lord and the 3rd court lord. He displayed absolute strength and suppressed the 2 court lords. Blood-colored demonic qi wrapped around his body, and his palms were like sabers and swords, sending 2 court lords flying. On the way he also took the lives of the Xian court's disciples. The white-haired great court lord's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Mo Jiuqing, you will die a horrible death." He opened his arms, and the 9th heaven Xian thunder suddenly fell on him, and his figure quickly rose. Countless bolts of lightning exploded out from his body, filling the sky. He was even larger than the entire Xian court. Mo Jiuqing condescendingly laughed and waved his right palm. Countless blood dragons flew out from his palm and roared as they slammed into the great court lord, devouring the lightning on his body. His body blurred and came before the third court lord, and his eyes widened. The third court lord's gaze met with his, and he instantly became dazed. Wuxia. The third court lord's body was covered with blood, which turned into a blood mist and bound him. Mo Jiuqing raised his hand and grabbed his head, lifting him high into the air. The great court lord tore through the lightning and blood dragons and quickly rushed over. Mo Jiuqing did not even look back. He turned and kicked out, causing the great court lord's chest to cave in, and his body was sent flying back. Why, his power, the great court lord thought to himself in shock, and despair covered his heart. The Xian court was finished. Zhou Xuanji used sword sect immortal ghost weep and darted around the Xian court, collecting all sorts of treasures. If Emperor Sword Court wanted to become powerful, it needed resources. The northern wilderness resources could not compare to the Great Thousand Worlds. The Xian court's disciples continuously rushed at him, but they were all killed by the legendary swords. Even Void Extreme Immortals could not block 3 of his swords. He was incredibly powerful. Rumble, Grandmaster Aoshi carried the second court lord and smashed through the palace next to him before stepping out of the rubble. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Boy, didn't I tell you not to run around?" In his hand, the second court lord's body trembled like a dead dog, and his eyes lost focus. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly startled. The second court lord's aura was incredibly powerful, and he had never thought that he would lose the ability to fight so quickly. Just how powerful was Grandmaster Aoshi? "You all?" The second court lord gritted his teeth and opened his mouth with great difficulty, wanting to say something. Grandmaster Aoshi's right hand suddenly burst into flames, burning his soul to the point that he did not even have a chance to reincarnate. Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiul hurried over, feeling incredibly excited. This was especially so for Feng Qiul. His body trembled in excitement. Too powerful. He was incomprehensibly powerful. Grandmaster Aoshi looked in another direction and muttered, "That fellow has also finished his battle." As he spoke, Mo Jiuqing rushed over with a gust of wind and stopped in front of the 4 people. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the Xian court's 3 elders had all fallen. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. No wonder Taichu Yudao had died at Mo Jiuqing's hands. That fellow was so powerful. Mo Jiuqing waved his right hand and countless blood-red clones flew out from his body and spread out in all directions. He was going to slaughter the entire Xian court. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything. The winner took all. This was how it was. The Xian court had wanted to destroy the northern wilderness. Back then, had they shown any mercy? Mo Jiuqing suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground to collapse. The others looked down and saw a spacious underground space, and deep within it was a glowing lake. At a glance, it looked like a silver river, incredibly resplendent and beautiful. So many Xian River earth core flowers, not bad, Grandmaster Aoshi said as he gave a pleased smile. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled with satisfaction. Then the 5 of them jumped down. In the sky, Xiao Hongjun and the violet-robed man quickly flew. The Xian court is just ahead. When the time comes, I'll bring you to see the court lord and help you ask for some Xian River earth core flowers, the violet-robed man said as he smiled. The purple-robed man smiled and he seemed very magnanimous. Xiao Hongjun nodded slightly and said, "I wonder if your second court master has already set off?" The purple-robed man pondered for a moment and said, "Soon. Recently he has sent out his soul to search for senior brother Lu Jingfeng. Once he finds senior brother Lu Jingfeng's soul, he will head to the northern wilderness region." The 2 of them quickly passed through the sea of clouds and saw the hanging court island. They suddenly stopped and widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The majestic hanging court island had already been shattered, and countless rocks and corpses floated in the air before slowly descending. There were special restrictions in the sky that allowed the island to float, and as the Xian court was destroyed, the restrictions gradually weakened. How is this possible? The purple-robed man's body trembled. He could not believe his eyes. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 472. Within the ruins of a palace, Zhou Xuanji and the others jumped out and landed on the ruins. Zhou Xuanji held a soul in his right hand. It was Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng's face was filled with fear, despair and regret. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would come and destroy the Xian court. How could this be? In the entire Xian court he was the only one left alive. This feeling of not being able to avoid death made him feel like he was going to collapse. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You lost." He clenched his right hand tightly, and Lu Jingfeng's soul exploded. There was no possibility of him surviving. Although he did not know why this fellow still had a remnant soul, it was no longer important. There's someone there. Feng Qiu suddenly pointed at Xiao Hongjun and the purple-robed man. When Xiao Hongjun saw Zhou Xuanji, he looked as if he had lost his soul. She did not understand why Zhou Xuanji would appear here. Who were the two beside him? Mo Jiuqing and Grandmaster Aoshi gave her goosebumps. It was as if she was facing her father. Grandmaster Aoshi sneered, "Should we kill Patriarch Bloodbat's daughter?" He raised his right hand and sucked the purple-robed man over. "What's going on?" "No. No, no, no." The purple-robed man screamed in terror no matter how he tried to block. What welcomed him was Grandmaster Aoshi's raging flames. Amidst his blood-curdling screams, he was burnt to ashes. Xiao Hongjuan's heart was pounding with fear. She really wanted to escape. However, she found that she couldn't move. There was an invisible force binding her. She looked up and discovered that Mo Jiuqing was staring at her. His gaze was extremely cold, as though there was an unforgettable hatred between them. "Just kill him. I don't like the disgusting smell of blood." He did not have any enmity with old ancestor Bloodbat. However, he still remembered that old ancestor Bloodbat had mocked him in the past. Grandmaster Aoshi smiled and said, "Don't kill him yet. Old ancestor Bloodbat has his uses. Don't provoke him for now." Mo Jiuqing snorted coldly before the five of them turned into a ball of light and quickly flew away. Xiao Hongjun was drenched in cold sweat as he stood rooted to the ground. At this moment she was terrified of Zhou Xuanji. The resentment in the past had completely disappeared. After all, it was impossible for Patriarch Bloodbat to destroy the Shen court, but those two people could. She tried her best to control her emotions and made up her mind that from now on, she would never think about dealing with Zhou Xuanji again. She wanted to stay away from Zhou Xuanji. Chicks. An absolute bane. It seemed that no one who opposed Zhou Xuanji would have a good ending. The destruction of the majestic Shen court was the most terrifying example. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the others began to discuss Shen Daoya. Grandmaster Aoshi frowned and said, "It seems like Shen Daoya has nothing to do with the Shen court." Baihao Yisin coldly harumphed, "How is that possible? How would that bastard dare to show himself after seeing the two of you joining hands?" Shen Daoya himself was not strong, at least not as strong as Grandmaster Aoshi and Baihao Yisin. Even if he appeared, he would not be able to help, so there was no need to add to the trouble. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He did not have a good impression of Shen Daoya, but neither did he have much hatred for him. He still owed Shen Daoya a favor. Up until now, Shen Daoya had not really targeted him. Of course, if he had the chance, he would not let Shen Daoya go. Zhou Xuanji had already harvested many Shen River Earth Core flowers, and he could not wait to go back and cultivate. He asked, "What are your plans now? Are we going back?" Grandmaster Aoshi said, "I'll send you back first and then I'll go see my revered teacher." Hearing this, Mo Jiuqing tightly frowned and immediately left. In the blink of an eye he disappeared. Grandmaster Aoshi shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. The four of them flew towards the Divine Cliff. News of the Shen court being destroyed quickly spread throughout the nearby provinces, and this shook the world. The various factions immediately thought of Mo Jiuqing. The things that Mo Jiuqing had done in the Center God province had long since spread. The Tang King clan and the Dao Heaven sect were not just famous in the Center God province. After returning to the Divine Cliff, Shen Daoya still did not appear. Grandmaster Aoshi brought Baihao Yisin and Feng Qiu to visit the old beggar, while Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence. Before Jiang Shui had returned from the mortal realm, he gave Xiao Chan and Bai Suan 4 Shen River Earth Core flowers. He also felt that Fei Hai was pleasing to the eye, so he also gave him one. Following this, he found Yang Yuqian and gave him some of the Shen River Earth Core flower seeds, leaving the rest for Emperor Sword Court. Shen River Earth Core flower. Where did you get it? Isn't this the Shen Court suppressing flower? Yang Yuqian asked in delight. Following this, he felt a bit worried that the Shen Court would come to make trouble. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "I have 2 senior apprentice brothers who brought me to make trouble for the Shen Court and raze them to the ground." He gave a simple explanation of what had happened, but he did not say the names of his 2 senior apprentice brothers. Yang Yuqian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. That was the Shen Court. They had been slaughtered even when 3 court lords were present? He immediately thought of Mo Jiuqing. Could it be that Mo Jiuqing was one of Zhou Xuanji's senior apprentice brothers? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing's experiences were quite similar. they both had a mysterious teacher supporting them. He did not dare to continue thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned to leave. Yang Yuqian did not stop him and paced around the palace, feeling quite shocked. Zhou Xuanji came to Skyfall and gave the Xian River Earth Core flower seed to Huang Lianxing to plant. He then gave each of the other elders 5 Xian River Earth Core flowers. Everyone was curious about the origin of the flower, and he gave a simple explanation, which made everyone sigh in amazement. Daoya old man sighed and said, "This brat has a new teacher, I'm no longer useful." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and ignored him. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Divine Cliff and continued to cultivate. There were still 1,000 or so Xian River Earth Core flowers in the Supreme Storage. Mo Jiuqing and Grandmaster Aoshi did not think much of it. Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiul each took some, and the majority went to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji once again immersed himself in cultivation. Within a month, news of the Xian court being destroyed spread to the Center God province. 3 months later, the Big Dipper sect was destroyed by Mo Jiuqing. The immortal gods moved out again to hunt down Mo Jiuqing. Zhou Xuanji was not summoned by the God Palace and cultivated in peace. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. With hundreds of Xian River Earth Core flowers, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Mid-Void Extreme Immortal. He couldn't contain his excitement. He could finally use the ancient gazing sword. In these 10 years he had gained another 22 new divine swords. They were the Returning Void Sword, the Tumi Sword, the Setting Sun Sword, the Clay Embryo Sword, the Lingqi Sword, the Antimatter Sword, the Shrinking Steel Sword, the 9-Star Spirit Embedding Sword, the Galaxy Mystic Dragon Sword, the Twitch Sword, the Trash Sword, the Edgeless Great Sword, the Clear Sky Sword, the North Dark Sword, the Thousand Kill Sword, the Judgment Sacred Sword, the Demon King Sword, the Illusory Sword, the Great Sun Sword, the Firmament Sword, the Primordial Heaven Sword, and the Song Chant Sword. The strongest was only at the Celestial Shaking level. There wasn't even a God-slaying level, let alone Armageddon or Ancient Gazing. Today, he could finally take out the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword. He took a deep breath and left the vicinity of the Divine Cliff. He was prepared to head to a deserted place to test out his sword. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 473. After leaving the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji landed in a mountain forest and took out the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. The sword was as wide as a palm, and there were many sharp hooks on both sides of the blade. They looked like wolf fangs, and there was a wolf's head connected to the hilt. It looked sinister and terrifying, and its eyes were blood red. With this sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji seemed to hear countless wolf howls resounding in his ears. Rumble, the surrounding forest shook violently, and the pebbles by his feet were shaken into the air. What a powerful strength! He felt that he could shatter heaven and earth with just a swing of his sword. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down so that he would not be so impulsive. He tried to use the divine power of the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword. With a boom, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and the surrounding trees were swept away by the wind into the sky. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression changed. He quickly put away the Wolf Ancestral Soul Sword and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Even though he had already reached the mid-stage of the Void Extreme Immortal stage, he was still shocked by the power of the ancient gazing sword. This sword could not be used casually or it would cause too much of a commotion. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. "Stop right there. Kid, hand over your treasured sword." A cold cry came. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw a man in white standing on the ruins looking at him coldly. This person's face was grave and stern, and there was a baleful aura between his brows. He held a long sword in his hand, ready to draw it at any time. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What if I don't hand it over?" Clang! The man in white drew his sword and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. In the blink of an eye he came before Zhou Xuanji. His right hand trembled and his sword stabbed out like a snake. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-flame Chimera Demon Sword and easily blocked it. His right hand was slightly numb and he was secretly shocked. True God! If it wasn't for the fact that he had already transformed into the Heavenly Path immortal body and his cultivation level had reached the Void Extreme Celestial middle stage, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. The white-robed man's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhou Xuanji took out dozens of legendary swords and unleashed Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Shio! Shio! Swoosh! The divine sword circled around the white-robed man in a frenzy, and he was unable to retaliate. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his white robe was almost torn apart. He hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. With a horrified expression, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you? To be able to control so many swords and to be in the vicinity? You are the Divine Cliff's Zhou Xuanji," he cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and over 300 legendary swords appeared. His aura grew tremendously, and he quickly flew towards the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man was so frightened that his guts almost ruptured. He turned around and fled. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the ancestral dragon sword and swallowed him in one gulp, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. The white-robed man was spat out by the five-clawed golden dragon. He was in an extremely sorry state. All the divine swords were aimed at him, and he had no way to retaliate. "Wait. I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg you. Please spare my life." The white-clothed man cried out in terror. A true god could not even withstand a single blow from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stopped and transformed back into his original form. The white-robed man fell to the ground, and a pool of blood flowed out from his body. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked, "What will you trade for your life?" The white-robed man didn't dare to look him in the eye. He quickly took off his storage ring and said, "There are many treasures here. Do you want to take a look?" After that, he wiped off the essence blood imprint in the storage ring and threw it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was quite satisfied. However, his face was filled with murderous intent. "Just this much?" The white-robed man trembled in fear. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why was he so foolish? Since his opponent could control such a powerful enchanted artifact, he must not be an ordinary person. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know a secret. I can tell you." Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly and waited for him to continue. "I found a demonic emperor cave abode, and there's a sword that looks like a divine sword in it. But it's too powerful and I don't have the power to take it. I made a map and you can find it if you follow the map to the mysterious dream forest." The white-robed man broke his sword and took out a map. Demonic Emperor Cave Abode? Divine Sword? Zhou Xuanji grabbed the truth sword and flew up to him. He pierced it into his chest and said, "Is what you said true?" The white-robed man replied instinctively, "Half true and half false." His expression turned into one of horror. "What happened?" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, "Tell me the truth." The white-clothed man was terrified as he answered truthfully. The map was real, and it turned out that there were many restrictions in that cave abode. Even a true god would find it difficult to break through. He had only seen the appearance of the holy sword from afar and had not truly touched it. Zhou Xuanji kept the map and decapitated the white-robed man, storing his soul into the Qianxia map. Since this brat dared to lie to him, he should not blame him for being ruthless. After storing everything in the storage ring into the supreme storage, he left with the map. Back at the Divine Cliff, he found the old beggar and told him about the demonic emperor cave abode. The old beggar took the map and examined it with a frown. The demonic emperor did leave behind many cave abodes, but I've never heard of him controlling a divine sword. He mumbled to himself and Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. A while later, the old beggar looked up and said, "The mysterious dream forest is a forbidden ground. The fog in it can make void extreme immortals lose their sense of direction. The demonic emperor went there before, but if you go, you might be detected by the demonic emperor. He might have left something in that cave abode." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Why don't you go there for me?" The old beggar heard him and his face turned green. He was furious. He pointed at Zhou Xuanji's nose and scolded, "How can you order your revered teacher around like this? Do you understand your revered teacher?" Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile and stared at him. Finally the old beggar gave in. He took the map and left while cursing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He then flew up into the sky and continued to cultivate. Although he had reached mid-void extreme immortal, he felt that he was not powerful enough to control the ancient gazing legendary sword. In the following days he planned to continue cultivating, until the Heavenly Saint's Tao lecture began. A month later, Mo Jiuqing attacked the Buddha ghost sect. This time the immortal gods appeared quickly. Not all of the Buddha ghost sect's people died. This shocked the Center God province again. How long was Mo Jiuqing going to go crazy for? If this continued, wouldn't he be attacked by all the top-tier factions in the Center God province? Most importantly, the immortal gods could not catch him yet. Immediately, everyone in the Center God province was in a state of panic. The respect that everyone had for Mo Jiuqing turned into fear. In their eyes, Mo Jiuqing was massacring the world with the excuse of revenge. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he did not think too much about it. When he ascended, he was suppressed by many factions. He did not even know who they were. Mo Jiuqing's experience back then was not any better than his. He must have made many enemies. This day, the old beggar came back and telepathically told Zhou Xuanji to meet him in the forest. Zhou Xuanji quickly came up to the old beggar. He frowned and saw that the old beggar's right arm was gone. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 474. Damn it, I've been cheated. The old beggar cursed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He recounted everything that had happened. It turned out that a portion of the demonic emperor's soul had been left in the demonic emperor's cave abode. While he was trying to snatch the divine sword, the demonic emperor's soul had ambushed him, causing him to lose an arm. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What about the saint's sword? Is it true?" The old beggar glared at him and said angrily, "You don't care about me? You only have eyes for that sword?" As he spoke, the old beggar took out a sword. This sword was a long sword made of bamboo. It looked very ordinary. "This is a divine sword?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He scanned the bamboo sword with his divine sense and did not find any spiritual chi fluctuations. It was a completely ordinary sword, a sword that even a child could make. "Of course it's the divine sword. Your cultivation level is too low, so you won't be able to see through it. Keep it for now, you'll be able to use it in the future. I've already erased the demonic emperor's mark on it. I'm sure the demonic emperor is already furious." The old beggar snorted. Speaking of this, he also became happy. "I'll go to the city to find something to eat. You can continue cultivating." After saying this, the old beggar left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji sat down and observed the bamboo sword in his hand. The legendary holy sword looked like this? It was not as powerful as the stone sword he found in the nether demon stream. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji took out the eyeball. The reason why he kept the eyeball was because he still remembered Gu Tianxia's request. Gu Tianxia left his eyes and waited for his resurrection. He tried to put his eyeball into the Tianxia map, but he could not revive Gu Tianxia. He glanced at the eyeball and the bamboo sword, deep in thought. Northern Wilderness Region. A purple-clothed youth with slightly dark skin landed in front of a small river. He drew his sword, turned around and asked, "Who is it?" His name was Su Han, and he was a sword cultivator with great talent. He had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. An hour ago he felt that someone was following him. However, he was unable to determine where the other party was. A wisp of black gas appeared out of thin air and circled around him, making his hair stand on end. "Who are you?" he asked in a low voice, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He couldn't see through the other party, but he could feel an unprecedented sense of danger. "Diska, I didn't expect your two souls to fuse so perfectly. The memories of your previous life have been erased." "Interesting." A gloomy voice came from the black gas and Su-Han was baffled. "Do you want to go to the upper realm directly? I can guide you in your cultivation and help you surpass the immortal realm." Su-Han was not tempted. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He carefully asked, "Do you know my past life?" Over the years, he would often fall into a strange dream. In the dream, he was another person, incomparably powerful. "That's right. In your previous life, your name was Ji Xian. You were adopted by me, so you changed your surname to Ji. You are very talented, but unfortunately, you offended a genius from the heavenly palace. Your father couldn't protect you, so he killed you." Ji Xian. Su-Han's body trembled and he fell into a daze. "Follow me to the Great Thousand World. I can make you as dazzling as Zhou Xuanji. The most powerful genius in the Northern Wilderness region is Zhou Xuanji. You should have heard of him." The cold voice rang out again, causing Su-Han's eyes to shine brightly. Zhou Xuanji. All along he had been fighting for Zhou Xuanji's goal. He had always fantasized that he could stand before Zhou Xuanji and gain his recognition, or even be accepted as a disciple. He took a deep breath and asked, "What's your relationship with Zhou Xuanji?" When he was young, Zhou Xuanji saved him before. He did not want to be Zhou Xuanji's enemy. "Nothing. I have always wanted to meet him," the cold voice replied. Su-Han fell into a dilemma. He wanted to become powerful, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would plot against him. But when he thought about how he could become as powerful as Zhou Xuanji, his heart burned with passion. Finally, "Okay, I will go with you," he said with gritted teeth. The ball of black chi engulfed him quickly and swept him away. "Ah!" Jixian, you don't know how talented you are. I will help you become a first-class great emperor. At the divine cliff, Zhou Xuanji observed for 3 days but still could not understand the divine sword. At this moment he sensed something and took out his third-rank immortal medallion. The medallion trembled slightly and a voice came, "The Master of God summons you. Immortals above 5th rank head to the God Palace immediately." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Immortal summons? Could it be to deal with Mo Jiuqing? He did not think too much and stored the divine sword into the supreme storage. After that, he flew out of his residence and soared into the clouds. With the third-rank immortal medallion in his hand, he swiftly passed through the 9 heavens and saw the God Palace from afar. Immortals flew toward the God Palace from all directions. Each of them had powerful auras and it was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji silently remembered where he was before flying towards the God Palace. Along the way he heard the discussions of the other immortals. What's going on this time? His Majesty is summoning all immortals above 5th rank. Something big is going to happen. Could it be about Mo Jiuqing? It's possible, or it could be something else. No matter what it is, it must be dangerous. These immortals were not from the ancient immortal clans, so they were a little nervous. They were afraid that they would be used as cannon fodder. Zhou Xuanji flew into the palaces and continued toward the God Palace. Soon he entered the hall and landed with the rest of the group. He was 1,000 feet away from the Master of all gods. The Master of gods sat on the throne expressionlessly. In front of him stood Old Star Lord and a valiant-looking man in silver heavy armor. That valiant-looking man's aura was extremely powerful, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if he was facing Mo Jiuqing or Grandmaster Aoshi. All the immortals and gods did not dare to whisper to one another. They could only transmit their voices to one another. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing. After a while, all the immortals and gods gathered. The gate of the divine palace was closed. Old Star Lord said unhurriedly, "Recently, the demon race has been restless and seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the sovereign demon sect. His Majesty is preparing to suppress the sovereign demon sect." The immortals and deities were moved when they heard that. The sovereign demon sect was the overlord of the Center God province, and their foundation was even stronger than the Dao Heaven sect. They were naturally afraid. This mission will be personally led by Giant God Huang Hao. When the time comes, you must listen to Giant God Huang Hao's orders. Elder Star Lord continued. The immortals turned to look at the valiant man. Giant God Huang Hao. A rank 1 immortal general, was a legendary figure in the Great Thousand World. Giant God Huang Hao was expressionless and silently waited. Also, we might encounter the Great Emperor Dao Court. The Great Emperor Dao Court's origins are mysterious, and even the God Palace is unable to investigate them. The Great Emperor Dao Court has many powerful experts. Old Star Lord began to introduce the Great Emperor Dao Court, and Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. When did the Sovereign Demon Sect collude with the Great Emperor Dao Court? Also, wasn't the Sovereign Demon Sect fighting with the demon race before? He felt that there was something strange about this, but he could not figure it out. After Old Star Lord finished his introduction, he had the immortal generals leave with Giant God Huang Hao. Chapter 475. Zhou Xuanji followed the group and kept a low profile, while the immortal gods around him started to discuss. Is this mission really against the Sovereign Demon Sect? The God Palace only controls the Center God Province, but the Sovereign Demon Sect is not there. They probably have other plans. You mean that the God Palace wants to expand? No matter what, with Giant God Huang Hao leading the army, we can be at ease. Giant God Huang Hao's strength is top tier in the God Palace. I wonder who is stronger, Giant God Huang Hao or the Sovereign Demon Sect Sect Lord. Most of the immortal gods felt that this mission was not so simple, and it was most likely not as simple as conquering the Sovereign Demon Sect. However, because of the God Palace's might, they could only follow. Not too long after leaving the palace, millions of immortal soldiers appeared in front of them, as well as many immortal gods from the ancient immortal clans. Giant God Huang Hao grew to 3,000 meters tall and raised his right hand. The space around him tore as a massive halberd with heavenly lightning appeared. It was even taller than his body, and the halberd blade looked savage and domineering. There was a silver gem embedded in the center that gave off a brilliant light. All of you, follow me to eliminate demons. Giant God Huang Hao raised his halberd and furiously roared. Following this, a black hole suddenly appeared in the space in front of him and he stepped in. The massive immortal god army flooded into the black hole like a school of carps in a river. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by Giant God Huang Hao's aura. Just how powerful was this god? Compared to Mo Jiuqing, he felt that he was not any weaker and was even slightly stronger. Giant god Huang Hao's body flashed with lightning, allowing the immortal gods behind him to clearly see ahead. Soon they passed through the darkness and came to another part of the sky. A bloody mist spread out and demonic chi rushed into the sky, making the entire world seem incredibly dark. Looking down, there were majestic palaces on the vast land, and countless demonic cultivators and beasts were scattered across the land. Seeing the immortal god army descend, the demon sect fell into chaos. What's that? The immortal gods are here. Prepare for battle. Everyone take out your enchanted artifacts. Damn! Why are the immortal gods here? Such a terrifying aura. Who is that person? Heavens! Such boldness. The demonic cultivators were frightened by giant god Huang Hao. His imposing figure gave off a domineering aura of invincibility. Anyone who stood in front of him would be terrified. Giant god Huang Hao was expressionless, but his eyes flickered with divine light. He shouted, "Sovereign Demon Sect leader, get out here." Boom. The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed, and countless palaces collapsed. Demonic cultivators leaped up one after another, their numbers uncountable. A stream of demonic chi rose from the ground, dispersing the clouds. A figure stepped out from the demonic chi. He had a head full of blood-red hair and was tall and sturdy. He wore a frightening black robe with several ferocious evil spirits embroidered on it. His face was handsome and his facial features were dignified. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Sovereign Demon Sect Master. Mo Badian. He stared at giant god Huang Hao and said solemnly, "The Sovereign Demon Sect and the Divine Palace are minding our own business. What is the meaning of this?" He erupted with his aura. Demonic energy surged and occupied half the sky. He didn't fear giant god Huang Hao at all. Giant god Huang Hao said coldly, "Your Sovereign Demon Sect is colluding with the demon race and even has dealings with the great Emperor Dao Court. Getting rid of you is for the sake of the world. If you surrender, I won't slaughter the demon sect disciples. Otherwise all of you will be buried here." 3 enormous silver dragons appeared behind him. They were tens of thousands of zhang tall and were extremely shocking. All the immortals and gods watched with excitement. Too domineering. Was this the legendary god of war? He didn't give the Sovereign Demon Sect master any room for negotiation. Mo Badian was infuriated. He raised his hands and demonic energy rose from his palms as he coldly laughed and said, "Then let me experience your prowess." Hearing this, giant god Huang Hao ferociously swung his halberd and slashed out. A 300-meter-wide rainbow light flashed out, creating an apocalyptic hurricane. Boom. Mo Badian slammed out with his palm, and an ocean-like demonic energy blocked the rainbow light. A terrifying might caused the ground below to continue to collapse, and the demonic cultivators and immortal soldiers nearby were directly swept away. A massive battle erupted. The immortal god army and the demon sect's army were like two floods as they clashed together. Zhou Xuanji held the 2 Armageddon legendary swords and slaughtered in all directions. He unleashed world internalization to absorb the demonic cultivator's magic energy and increase his own cultivation. Mo Badian and giant god Huang Hao clashed together. The two of them were like giant gods who created the world. Both of them were thousands of meters tall, and their attacks were incredibly powerful. The armies of both sides distanced themselves from them in case they were accidentally injured. Zhou Xuanji stood on the Windcutter sword and held the all-evil Yin-Yang destruction and holy light divine shadow sword. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. During this period of time he encountered a true god, and in less than 10 rounds the true god was killed and reduced to ashes. He felt incredibly excited. It seemed that he really had the strength to kill true gods. Before, the white-clothed man was too weak and he did not dare to believe it. But now he was completely convinced. If he took out the wolf ancestor soul sword, wouldn't he be able to sweep across the true god stage? His lips curled upwards and he laughed in high spirits. Many people from both armies noticed him. He had void extreme immortal cultivation, but he could easily kill true gods. No one could understand this. Could he be Zhou Xuanji? Yes, it's him. Apart from him, who else has such talent? Too terrifying. No wonder he could become a first-class great emperor. On the immortal god side, many immortal gods were convinced by Zhou Xuanji. On the demon sect side, more and more demonic cultivators surrounded and attacked Zhou Xuanji. "Brat, don't be arrogant." A loud cry came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a purple-robed old man with messy white hair charging towards him with an iron staff. His aura was extremely powerful, and the demonic cultivators and immortal gods along the way were all sent flying away. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully and unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A gigantic golden Buddha rose from the ground, causing the immortal gods and demonic cultivators to retreat in fear. In an instant he became the tallest existence on the entire battlefield. 1,000 hands stretched out, each holding a sword, and they wildly slashed at the purple-robed old man. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000 swords slashed wildly without any technique, and the impact caused dust to fly up. Countless demonic cultivators were heavily injured, and some even died on the spot. Mo Badian, who was fighting with giant god Huang Hao, could not help but glance at him. Who is that brat? Mo Badian was shocked. He did not expect the god palace to have such a genius. He could see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. He was only a mid-void extreme immortal. Wasn't his battle power a bit too ridiculous? On the other side of the battlefield, Missouri Yuha also noticed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. He immediately guessed his identity. It's him. He's already this powerful? Mo Yuha's expression was unsightly. After the Ascender examination, he had already broken through to the early void extreme immortal. However, compared to Zhou Xuanji he was miles away. Why was he so powerful? Mo Yuha could not calm himself down, and he threw his fury into the battle. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his might and ravaged the battlefield. The ferocious purple-robed old man was scared into hiding and did not dare to attack him again. Giant god Huang Hao furiously roared, and his aura exploded. Mo Baitian's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his palms to block. A massive sword of light descended from the sky and hit Mo Badian, causing him to howl in shock. Chapter 476. After being struck by the light sword, Mo Badian couldn't move at all. His expression drastically changed and he seemed to be a little flustered. Giant god Huang Hao charged over with his giant halberd, startling him so much that he immediately dissipated into demonic energy. Following that, the light swords exploded, turning into countless light arrows that shot towards various parts of the battlefield. They accurately killed the demonic disciples, and not a single immortal soldier or immortal general was accidentally injured. Giant god Huang Hao's eyes turned cold, and a scorching light burst forth from his body. It was as dazzling as the sun. Countless demonic disciples clutched their heads and screamed in agony. Those with weaker cultivations were directly reduced to ashes. What is this? This light, so hot. It hurts. How could this be? Everyone run. What kind of light is this? Why is it able to dissolve my powers? The devil disciples fled in all directions in fright. Even Mo Baitian's devil chi also fled quickly to avoid the bright light. Zhou Xuanji felt that this light was very warm. But seeing the miserable state of the evil cult, he could not help but be alarmed. What kind of divine ability was this? Giant god Huang Hao. My sovereign demon sect will definitely take revenge one day. Mo Baitian's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. His figure was filled with resentment and unwillingness that seeped deep into his soul. The ball of demonic energy revolved around giant god Huang Hao at high speed, showing no signs of stopping. The entire world was flooded with sunlight, and no one could fully open their eyes. Giant god Huang Hao, who was at the center of the light, was like a sun god, insufferably arrogant. One day. Where else can you run to? Giant god Huang Hao laughed in disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, the light around his body intensified. Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred and he quickly closed his eyes. Mo Baitian's miserable screams resounded in his ears, causing his scalp to go numb. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain Mo Badian was going through right now. The devil cult was in despair and fear. Even someone as powerful as their sect master was powerless in front of giant god Huang Hao. There was only one ending that awaited them. That was death. It didn't take long for Mo Baitian's cries to stop. The cries of the devil disciples also began to die down. The light dimmed and Zhou Xuanji forced his eyes open. He looked around and saw that the number of demonic cultivators had decreased drastically. Many of them were turning into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before they died, their faces were filled with despair and fear. The giant god exterminating demons was like the might of heaven. More and more fiend disciples were reduced to ashes. The immortals stopped and watched the scene in silence. Giant god Huang Hao's strength had shaken them, and their emotions were indescribable. After a while, there were no more followers of the sovereign demon sect in this land. Perhaps there were some who had escaped, but it was no longer important. The sovereign demonic sect that had almost ruled over the Center God province in the past was wiped out just like that, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji's heart was filled with excitement. Such mighty power really fascinated him. If he was this powerful, would he still need to worry about being suppressed by other forces? His heart was burning and he couldn't wait to go back and cultivate in seclusion. The sovereign demon sect has been annihilated, return to the God Palace. Giant God Huanghao spoke. After speaking, a giant hole appeared behind him. He turned and walked into it, and the immortal gods followed closely behind. This battle could be said to have been decided by Giant God Huanghao alone. They all understood that the divine palace did not need them to do anything. It was just taking the opportunity to intimidate them. Anyone who wanted to betray the divine palace would first have to consider the gap between themselves and Giant God Huanghao. Zhou Xuanji followed, and at this moment, a voice came into his ears. "Brat, come here." Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He turned around instinctively but did not see any trace of Xian Xianghua. He frowned deeply and did not know if he should believe it or not. Could it be that an enemy was luring him here? "You will only believe me after I tell you the story of Marshal Tianping?" Xian Xianghua's voice came again, and her tone sounded a little bitter. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned. He immediately turned into a stream of sword light and flew away. The immortal gods were vast and mighty, and no one noticed his disappearance. Soon he flew past the barren land and came to a beautiful place. Xian Xianghua, who was wearing a purple dress, sat on a giant rock by the lake. She was still wearing a veil and her hair was black and beautiful. Her eyes were bewitching and cold like a scorpion. Zhou Xuanji levitated in front of her and asked, "How have you been?" He realized that he could not see through her cultivation, which was a little strange. Could it be that her cultivation was higher than his? Impossible. Zhou Xuanji firmly believed in his cultivation speed. Xian Xianghua sat up straight, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She said, "It's all right. After I ascended, I joined a demonic faction and wanted to control that faction step by step. I did not expect the heavenly saint to appear out of nowhere and was chased out of the Center God province. Just when we left the Center God province, we were ambushed by the fiends." She spoke tirelessly and casually, skipping over all the hardships and obstacles along the way. After leaving the Center God province, Xian Xianghua joined the fiends because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. The person who created the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique was still alive. He had completely become a demon and was working for the fiends. Xian Xianghua was his descendant, so she was protected by him and successfully joined the fiends. This time, Xian Xianghua represented the fiends to discuss cooperation with the sovereign demon sect, but she was ambushed by the immortal gods. She escaped quickly and wanted to leave, but she saw Zhou Xuanji. "I can't resist my longing for you, so I called out to you," Xian Xianghua said faintly. Xian Xianghua said faintly, but the ridicule in her beautiful eyes made it hard for Zhou Xuanji to believe her. He snorted unpleasantly, "Because of you, it will be very troublesome for me to return to the Center God province." He did not even know which direction the Center God province was. Xian Xianghua got up slowly and said with a smile, "I'm just teasing you. How can I not know that? I asked you to stay because I have something good for you. It can increase your cultivation again. But this serendipity can only be used once." Zhou Xuanji heard her and became curious. Xian Xianghua lifted his chin and said with a smile, "My little husband, come with me." After that she turned around and flew away. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind her. Xian Xianghua began asking about his past. He did not hide anything and told her about his experiences after he ascended. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Seems like I'm luckier than you. I did not face as many dangers as you did. You are a jinx indeed. Wherever you go you will encounter misfortune." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Can you not hurt my feelings?" The two came to a valley, and there was a portal stuck to the mountain wall in the depths. "This is the portal to the demonic world. You have learned the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. Disguise yourself with demonic chi later. After you receive the serendipity, I will send you back to the Great Thousand World personally. Don't tell anyone that you are from the Northern Wilderness region, understand?" Xian Xianghua instructed as she placed spirit stones on the portal. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what serendipity it would be. He believed that she would not harm him. Could it be that serendipity was the reason why she could become so unfathomable? Soon the portal was activated and the two stepped into it. After passing through the portal and experiencing a period of darkness, Zhou Xuanji stepped out from another portal. The world before him was like hell. The sky was dark and the ground was blood red. White bones were everywhere and it was bleak and desolate. Chapter 477. Zhou Xuanji activated the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique immediately. Demonic qi surrounded his body. He looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, "Where are we going next?" Xian Xianghua looked around and said, "Just follow me. From now on you are my guard. Without my orders do not speak. Just act according to the situation. Understand?" To prevent Zhou Xuanji from being careless, she said softly, "There are many powerful cultivators in the demonic realm. Back then giant god Huang Hao almost died when he descended to the demonic realm. You have seen how powerful giant god Huang Hao is." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He did not doubt this at all. The demonic ancestor's prowess was deeply ingrained in his heart. He could injure Mo Jiuqing even though it was not his original body. How powerful would his original body be? He might not be weaker than the heavenly saint. Even the heavenly saint only dared to occupy the center god province. If he was powerful enough, he should have taken over the entire Great Thousand World. Zhou Xuanji thought as he left with Xian Xianghua. The two flew swiftly along the ground. They encountered many demons along the way. Xian Xianghua unleashed her demonic might, and the demons did not dare to come close. Zhou Xuanji followed behind her and was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's aura was almost at the level of a true god. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter could allow her cultivation to soar so rapidly? They were silent along the way. They flew for about 4 hours. The two of them quickly moved forward and landed in a desolate valley. This desolate valley was formed by dozens of small mountains, and each small mountain was covered with caves. They were so densely packed that they couldn't be counted. Xian Xianghua brought Zhou Xuanji and flew into one of the caves. The tunnels inside extended in all directions, and there was no end in sight. The two traveled swiftly and went around in circles. Zhou Xuanji almost forgot the way he came. The stone walls around them had a special power that blocked out divine senses. Soon they came to the bottom. This underground space was not very spacious. There was a stone statue that was half a meter tall in front of them. An oil lamp was placed beside it, which barely illuminated the surroundings. This stone statue looked like an ape, but there was something strange about it. Perhaps it was because it had 4 eyes. This is the primordial ancestor statue. It can completely stimulate the potential of any living being, and at the same time, it can help increase one's cultivation. How much one can increase depends on one's innate talent. Of course, after increasing one's cultivation, one can still cultivate, and their cultivation speed might even be faster. Any living being can only use it once in their lifetime. Once it's used, the primordial ancestor statue will turn into dust, and after a while, it will appear somewhere else in the devil realm. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. It could stimulate one's potential? Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is it better to increase my potential earlier or later?" Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said, "Could it be that you want to take it for yourself and wait for the most suitable opportunity?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled and did not refute. The primordial ancestor statue cannot leave the demon world. Once it does, it will turn to dust and alert the demon ancestor. You can hide it just like I am doing now. But in a few years, it will leave on its own, making it difficult to capture. Xian Xianghua said with a shrug. She had thought of everything that Zhou Xuanji could think of. This time, she went to the sovereign demon sect to find an opportunity to contact Zhou Xuanji. She had 2 missions to the Great Thousand World, but she did not have the time to look for Zhou Xuanji. This time, Zhou Xuanji finally came to her. "Walk in front of it, bend down, and place your forehead against its forehead." Xian Xianghua walked up to the primordial ancestor statue and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the primordial ancestor statue immediately. He bent down slightly and pressed his forehead against the primordial ancestor statue's forehead. Boom! He felt an explosion in his mind, and his consciousness fell into chaos. In the outside world, his body gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire underground cave. Xian Xianghua's eyes were filled with anticipation. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unparalleled. This time, how powerful could he become with the primordial ancestor statue? Shortly after, she sat down on the ground and began cultivating. Zhou Xuanji, who was beside her, sat down unconsciously and turned into a man of light. Surging spiritual qi flowed into his body. This place was far away from the surface, and with the special rocks, everything was peaceful. In a gloomy palace, a man in a loose black robe opened his eyes suddenly. His face was pale and his eyes were blood red. His white hair was extremely long, even longer than his black robe. He looked like a malicious spirit. He frowned slightly and mumbled, "A first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue?" The primordial ancestor statue had always been a legend in the demon realm, and people often used it. But a first-class great emperor, he knew all the first-class great emperors in the demon realm. Almost all of them had used the primordial ancestor statue. He closed his eyes and observed. A moment later he cried out in surprise, "It's him." His lips curled up into an indescribable smile. After that, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's cultivation suddenly broke through to late void extreme immortal. Xian Xianghua, who was beside him, opened her eyes and said to herself, "It has begun." In less than half a day he broke through a small stage of void extreme immortal. It was really fast. Back then it took her 7 days to break through. She could not help but look forward to what stage Zhou Xuanji would reach. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji fell into a mysterious state. He was looking back at his past. Starting from Earth and ending in this life. His physical body was transforming. He had the heavenly law immortal constitution, a first-class great emperor, and he had the violet demon monarch's heart. He was extremely talented, but these three qualities had not truly merged together. Another half a day passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to complete void extreme immortal. Strands of heavenly lightning surrounded his body. His aura was so powerful that the cave walls around him trembled. Xian Xianghua had no choice but to retreat into the cave and keep a distance from him. This guy. Xian Xianghua opened her beautiful eyes wide with excitement. She was an early heavenly law true god. Before encountering the primordial ancestor statue, she was enlightened by her ancestor and reached the early void extreme immortal. That was how she could reach her current cultivation. How high would Zhou Xuanji's cultivation be? She was filled with anticipation. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness began to awaken. He opened his eyes, and the primordial ancestor statue's monkey face entered his vision. "My cultivation?" He looked down at his hands in surprise. Complete void extreme immortal. The surging heavenly law celestial power gave him the urge to roar. He was addicted to the unprecedented power. Thump, thump, thump. The beating of the violet demon monarch's heart resounded in his ears like the rumbling of heavenly thunder, shaking his soul. A purple radiance shone from his forehead. It was the nine-sword violet Tai Chi diagram. His cultivation continued to grow tremendously. This speed of growth was even more exaggerated than when he ascended and underwent the tribulation. While he was excited, he was also filled with fear toward the primordial ancestor statue. What was the origin of this statue? Another period of time passed. His cultivation reached the pinnacle and broke through again. Heavenly law true God. His soul grew stronger and his divine sense spread out. His divine sense penetrated the ground and swept across the entire demonic world. Faintly, he seemed to see a pair of eyes staring at him. That pair of eyes was even more majestic than the demonic ancestors. Chapter 478. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the heavenly law true God stage. Gotcha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Armageddon, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword, Gold, Evil Orange Sword. The sword spirit's voice came in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was not overjoyed because of this because he was focused on his cultivation. Soon the feeling of being watched disappeared. The heavenly law's celestial power in Zhou Xuanji's body continued to grow. His heavenly law celestial constitution was also transforming and growing more powerful. The violet demon monarch's heart began to merge with his body. His heart turned silver at a visible speed. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat grew faster and faster, as though the world was exploding beside his ears. Such a heartbeat, along with the rapid growth of his celestial power, made him feel like he was walking on clouds. This feels so good. Just now, he felt that he was more than 100 times more powerful than before. The quality and quantity of the celestial power in the heavenly law had increased significantly. Especially the heavenly law celestial constitution, which felt like a mortal becoming a god. Xian Xianghua stepped back again, and a violent airflow blasted toward her face. She was shocked that he had reached the heavenly law true god stage so quickly. The primordial ancestor statue's upgrade had just begun. 2 days later. Zhou Xuanji reached the intermediate heavenly law true God stage. 3 days later. Zhou Xuanji reached the late heavenly law true God stage. The horrifying growth made him unable to calm down. He could not even stop to stabilize the heavenly law's celestial power in his body. The violent celestial power gave him an urge to destroy everything. It was very uncomfortable to have it stuck in his body. 6 days later. He reached the complete heavenly law true God stage. From the intermediate void extreme immortal stage to the complete heavenly law true God stage. 6 levels of minor cultivation. Many living beings could not cross this threshold in 100,000 years, or even 500,000 years. The growth of his celestial power began to slow down. He was not disappointed but still excited. He was already satisfied with his cultivation. He did not even know how powerful he was. The radiance on his body began to fade and he was revealed. His robe was not damaged but his skin was glowing. Especially his eyes, which were brimming with vigor, seemed to contain 2 worlds. Xian Xianghua came to his side and asked excitedly, "What stage are you at now?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "Complete heavenly law true God." After reaching the heavenly law true God, he vaguely sensed all the information about this stage. True God. He could freely traverse planes and escape from the 5 elements square heaven. From today onwards, if he wanted to return to the northern wilderness region, he would no longer need to use the teleportation door. Even if the teleportation door was destroyed, it would not matter. Moreover, when he descended to the northern wilderness region, his cultivation would not be suppressed by the heavenly law. No mortal realm was as important as a true God. This was the thinking of the heavenly Tao. The reason why his cultivation was suppressed before was because the heavenly Tao wanted to protect the mortal world. Very soon. Then his cultivation stopped increasing. Everything returned to normal, but he felt that the celestial power in his body was so abundant that it felt like it would leak out at any moment. He took a deep breath and looked at the primordial ancestor statue. The primordial ancestor statue turned to dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned to look at Xian Xianghua and asked curiously, "Where did it come from?" Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "I don't know. My ancestor brought me to find it." He didn't know the origins of this divine statue either. It was said that it existed when the demon realm was born. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the 2 of them left this underground region. Xian Xianghua brought him to the nearby teleportation gate and sent him back to the boundless world. She did not know which portal was the closest to the center God province, so she could only arrange it as best as she could. But Zhou Xuanji did not care. With his current cultivation he no longer had to fear anything. He was looking forward to how powerful he was now. He could dominate the heavenly law true God stage with ease. 2 hours later. The 2 of them came to a portal. Xian Xianghua looked at him and said faintly, "I have to go back and report the news. I can't keep you company. Your breakthrough might have attracted the attention of the demon realm. It's better to leave as soon as possible." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" He regretted it immediately after he asked. The immortal gods would not allow demons to enter the center God province. Xian Xianghua put the spirit stone into the slot of the portal and shook her head with a smile. "I don't want to follow you. If I do, I will slack off. I want to become more powerful so that I can accompany you." After that, she gently pushed Zhou Xuanji into the portal. "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you stay by my side." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the portal. Next, the radiance in the portal dissipated, and his aura was gone. Xian Xianghua smiled and was about to leave. But just when she turned around, she saw a white-haired old man standing not far away, staring at her silently. This person wore a gray robe. The bottom of the robe was tattered as though it had been burned. His face looked ancient, and his eyes were turbid, giving off an aura of death. "Why are you here?" Xian Xianghua asked with a frown. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. The white-haired old man said, "I've been here for a long time. I want to see which first-class great emperor is using the primordial ancestor statue." His voice was hoarse and gave off a powerful aura. "This child is good. He's a good match for you." He continued to speak, which made Xian Xianghua's frown relax. After leaving the portal, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Great Thousand World. He did not know where he was, but there was no one in a radius of 10,000 miles. It was a good opportunity for him to test his power. Boom! He unleashed his aura, which shook the heavens and earth. The clouds in the sky were dispersed. The powerful celestial energy shook the ground, causing the ground to crack. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha straight away and leaped up. It It was still 30,000 meters tall, but its aura was completely different. Arms grew out from his back and the golden swords in his hands changed. Each golden sword was surrounded by heavenly lightning and looked extremely domineering. He spread out his divine sense and quickly scanned across millions of miles into the distance. He saw many cities, countless demons and cultivators. Soon he caught some information. This was not the Center God Province but the Qingxian Province. It was only one province away from the Center God Province. He deactivated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha and flew on his sword. He suddenly remembered the two swords he obtained when he broke through to Heavenly Law True God. Armageddon Grade, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword. Gold Grade Evil Orange Sword. He first took out the True Sun Qilin Divine Sword, and the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword Name, True Sun Qilin Divine Sword Grade, Armageddon Description. A Qilin nurtured by the True Sun is indomitable. It can swallow an entire ocean. Its body is forged into a legendary sword that can destroy the mortal world. The True Sun Qilin Divine Sword was silver in color. The connection between the hilt and the blade was covered with Qilin scales. The entire sword looked majestic. Although it was not wide, it was not thin either. It was extremely sharp. He stored the sword and focused his attention on the evil orange sword. He had gathered all 7 legendary swords. Evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil red sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. What kind of ancient demonic sword would they form when they fused? Chapter 479. Sword Spirit. Merge the evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil red sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. Zhou Xuanji instructed in his mind as he flew on his sword. With his current cultivation, it would not take him too long to travel across 2 provinces to the Center God Province. In the entire Divine Cliff, he was already the most powerful being. There was no need for him to be as cautious as before. Ding. Now merge the evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword. Sword owner, please wait patiently. The sword spirit's voice came. Merging the 7 evil swords required time, and he could afford to wait. He continued ahead. 7 days later. He left the Qingxian province and came to another province. A province in the Great Thousand World was much larger than the Northern Wilderness region. The Qingxian province was smaller than the Center God province. He traveled and stopped frequently to gather information. It was very easy. This day. He stopped suddenly. Around him was a barren land with few trees. A loud rumble came from ahead, and he saw a dozen cultivators attacking a black lion. The black lion was 3 meters tall and muscular. It looked mighty and agile and it dodged the cultivators' attacks. Zhou Xuanji was attracted by the black lion because he could sense the aura of the heavenly law's grace in the lion's body. When he ascended and became a great emperor, he was baptized by the heavenly law's grace. This black lion was only a second tribulation scattered immortal. Why did it have the aura of the heavenly law's grace? Most importantly, the black lion did not transform. This devil is so stubborn. Catch him. We can't let him escape again. This dog always provokes us. We must not let him go this time. We can exhaust him. Yes, exhaust him. The cultivators gnashed their teeth, but the black lion was calm. Zhou Xuanji hid himself and watched quietly. After fighting for half an hour, the black lion cursed in human language. You scums, do you have to fight so hard? I only stole some of your things. With this, the cultivators became even more furious. Some things? You've almost emptied out our sect. An old man was so furious that his body trembled. The other cultivators' eyes were red. They tried their best to kill the black lion. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and prepared to leave. At this moment, the black lion suddenly roared. Roar! This lion's roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to shake violently. The dozens of cultivators surrounding it were knocked unconscious. Zhou Xuanji was also shaken to the point that his qi and blood surged, and his eyes widened. How could a second tribulation bodiless immortal be so powerful? He observed carefully again. The black lion began to search the bodies of those cultivators and soon took away all their storage rings and storage bags. It shook its butt and walked away proudly. Zhou Xuanji landed before him suddenly. The black lion jumped back in fright and shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji stared at it and asked, "Where did you come from?" The black lion was enraged. It roared and just like before it shook the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change as he continued to stare at it. The black lion was stunned for a moment before it fell into panic. As it retreated, it gritted its teeth and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Zhou Xuanji took out the truth sword and used universal attraction, pulling it in front of him. The truth sword stabbed into its body, causing it to howl in pain. "Tell me, where did you come from?" Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. He pressed the black lion's head with his right hand and pressed it to the ground, immobilizing it. The black lion was terrified and replied instinctively, "My name is the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. I was born from the fate of the heavenly law." It opened its eyes wide and were filled with fear. Under Zhou Xuanji's threat, it revealed its true identity. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was born from the fate of the heavenly law. Its true form was at the early heavenly law true God, but it was skilled in disguise. It suppressed its aura to that of a second tribulation scattered immortal to confuse its enemies. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and asked, "Is it fun to toy with the weak?" The Black Hole Exquisite Lion snorted, "This is the result of bullying a powerful cultivator." Zhou Xuanji fell silent and felt that it made sense. "Do you have a master? If not, follow me." Zhou Xuanji stared at it and invited it. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was enraged and said, "Who are you? What right do you have for me to follow you?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm Zhou Xuanji. Have you heard of me?" More than 300 legendary swords appeared behind him out of nowhere. The scene was extremely majestic and the Black Hole Exquisite Lion was dumbfounded. A while later, he lowered his head and cried out, "Greetings, master." How could he not have heard of Zhou Xuanji's name? The youngest first-class great emperor. A 10th revolution golden immortal who could dominate the void extreme immortal stage. His talent was so great that it was as though he was making it up. Zhou Xuanji smiled and sat on his back. He stored the truth sword and instructed, "Head to the Center God province." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion immediately leaped into the air in excitement. "Master, what's your cultivation stage now?" he asked carefully. According to the rumors, Zhou Xuanji was most likely above the mid-void extreme immortal. Or else how could he suppress him? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Complete heavenly law true God." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion opened his eyes wide again, and his body trembled. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the Black Hole Exquisite Lion finally flew into the Center God province. Just when they entered, the third-rank immortal medallion vibrated. He took out the third-rank immortal medallion, and old Star-Lord's voice came from it. "Third-rank immortal General Zhou Xuanji, head to the God Palace quickly and meet the Master of Gods." The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was stunned and asked in astonishment, "You are a third-rank immortal general?" He was in a state of confusion. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Xuanji was not even 200 years old. Not only was he a first-class great emperor, but he was also a complete heavenly law true God. The most unbelievable thing was that he was a third-rank immortal general. He was overjoyed in his heart. Only by following such a master would he have a bright future. Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew into the sky with the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. He enveloped the Black Hole Exquisite Lion with his celestial energy. Within 5 breaths' time, he was teleported to the 9th heaven. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was shocked again. Zhou Xuanji's magic energy made him revere the way an ordinary person would when facing an immortal god. He was also a heavenly law true god, but why was the gap between them so huge? Zhou Xuanji brought him to the gate of the God Palace and asked him to wait there. The immortal soldiers guarding the gate sized up the Black Hole Exquisite Lion curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew toward the God Palace swiftly. Ding! The evil green sword, evil yellow sword, evil purple sword, evil crimson sword, evil scarlet sword, evil blue sword, and evil orange sword have successfully fused. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ancient Gazing, 7 Emotions Evil Sword. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Then, 3 lines of small words appeared in front of him. Sword name, 7 Emotions Evil Sword level, Ancient Gazing description. Formed by the fusion of 7 colored evil swords, it represents 7 kinds of emotions: joy, anger, worry, yearning, sorrow, fear, and shock. The 7 Emotions demonic sword can absorb these 7 kinds of emotions to become stronger. This demonic sword contains terrifying power. Only mid-stage heavenly law real God can use it. Chapter 480. Ancient Gazing. 7 Emotions Evil Sword. And it could continue to grow stronger. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Now that he had two ancient gazing legendary swords, his power would surely grow tremendously. However, he was about to head for the divine energy technique, so it was not convenient for him to take it out. Soon he came to the God Palace's gate. Just when he was about to speak, the gate opened and Old Star Lord's voice came. "Come in." Zhou Xuanji stepped in without any change in expression. When the immortal god army retreated, he was left behind, which would inevitably arouse the immortal god's suspicions. Anyway, he did not betray the God Palace, so he spoke with confidence. After entering the palace, he saw the Master of Gods and Old Star Lord staring at him. Giant God Huang Hao was there too, but his back was facing him. Zhou Xuanji walked up and bowed with cupped fists. "Complete heavenly law, true God? How can it be?" Old Star Lord opened his eyes wide in shock. His voice was trembling. The Master of Gods squinted his eyes, and Giant God Huang Hao turned around to look at him. Facing the gazes of the three God Palace powerhouses, Zhou Xuanji was very calm. "Tell me, where have you been?" Old Star Lord urged. It took him less than 2 months to go from mid-void extreme immortal to complete heavenly law true God. It was ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. As for Xian Xianghua, he used an old friend as an example. After he finished speaking, Giant God Huang Hao snorted coldly. "You colluded with the demons?" He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with immense pressure. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "This is called collusion? You have a chance to become more powerful and you don't want to do it? Moreover, I did not help in the battle against the sovereign demon sect. Other than you, I should be the one with the greatest achievements among the immortal gods." He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha and killed many demonic disciples. Giant God Huang Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. The Master of Gods said, "The primordial ancestor statue has a long history. This emperor has heard about it too. This is Zhou Xuanji's serendipity and the God Palace's fortune. With his talent, he should be able to fight against Universe Heaven Level 1 cultivators." Universe Heaven. Zhou Xuanji remembered this name. It should be the realm above heavenly law true God. The Elder Star Lord stroked his beard and smiled. "Yes, your majesty. This kind of genius should become the symbol of the divine palace. In the future, he should be sent out on missions frequently and be nurtured into the next giant god." The Master of Gods nodded and said, "From today onwards, Zhou Xuanji is a second-ranked divine general and can receive a title. What do you want to be called?" The title of the divine palace was not simple. It would be recognized by the heavenly path. For example, Giant God Huang Hao. Huang Hao represented an emperor, and his domineering aura during battle was supported by the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji directly replied, "Sword Emperor." He didn't need a fancy title, he just wanted to be a Sword Emperor. The Emperor of the Way of the Sword, the only Sword Emperor. The Master of all Gods smiled and said, "Very well." After that, his sonorous voice resounded through the world. "As the Master of Gods, I confer Zhou Xuanji the title of second-rank Immortal General. In the name of the heavenly law, I grant Zhou Xuanji the title of Sword Emperor." The entire Center God province and the surrounding states could hear his voice. Boom. The whole world was shocked. What was going on? Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? How did Zhou Xuanji hook up with the Master of all Gods? Awesome. A Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. All along there have been all kinds of Sword Emperors in the Great Thousand World. Zhou Xuanji is the first Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. He's going to force those seniors in the sword's way to their deaths. Zhou Xuanji has already become a god. Everyone was shocked. The Divine Cliff was the most excited. All of their disciples were cheering the Sword Emperor's name. In the residence, Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian sat in the courtyard. Their faces were filled with surprise. He did it indeed. Jiang Shui mumbled to herself. Her eyes were filled with admiration and pride. A long time ago, Zhou Xuanji said that he wanted to be the Sword Emperor, the only Sword Emperor. And now he was halfway there. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, "Father is too powerful. Can I become a god in the future too?" In the Cliff Lord Palace, Yang Yuqian burst out laughing uncontrollably. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a powerful ally so quickly. After the Master of all Gods granted Zhou Xuanji the title of Sword Emperor, a beam of light penetrated the divine palace and landed on Zhou Xuanji. The heavenly law's blessing. His cultivation did not increase, but his emperor's might grew. Giant God Huang Hao mumbled, "The primordial ancestor statue can increase one's cultivation by so much?" The Master of Gods and the Old Star Lord smiled when they heard that. It was not because of the primordial ancestor statue. It was because Zhou Xuanji's talent was too exaggerated. After the heavenly law's grace disappeared, Zhou Xuanji's emperor's might grew more than 10 times stronger. The master of all gods said, "Old Lord, bring him down to exchange for the immortal badge and armor." Old Star Lord bowed and left with Zhou Xuanji. Only the master of all gods and giant god Huang Hao were left in the palace. "How much do you think he will grow?" The master of all gods spoke slowly. His eyes turned deep. Giant god Huang Hao was silent for a while before he said, "If he can continue to serve the god palace, he will at least be the next Divine Lord Ji." Divine Lord Ji. The master of all gods sighed for some reason. Under the old Star Lord's guidance, Zhou Xuanji exchanged for a second-rank Immortal General badge and a second-rank Immortal Grade Silver Dragon armor. Along the way, old Star Lord spoke to him about the God Palace's past and instilled in him the greatness of the God Palace. Zhou Xuanji only listened and did not take it to heart. After parting with old Star Lord, he came to the Divine Gate and found the Black Hole Exquisite Lion. Too powerful. The Sword Emperor recognized by the heavenly law. And you have leveled up to second-rank Immortal General. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was exhilarated and shouted loudly, which made the other immortal soldiers look at Zhou Xuanji with admiration and envy. How long had it been since Zhou Xuanji joined the God Palace? He became a second-rank Immortal General in less than 100 years. They could only look up to him. Zhou Xuanji sat on the Black Hole Exquisite Lion's back and slapped his head. "Shut up and go down," he scolded with a smile. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion chuckled before he jumped into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Among the peaks, Grandmaster Aoshi sat in front of Baihao Isin and Feng Kuel. He sighed, "Look at him then look at you." Sigh. Baihao Isin's face turned green. Facing Zhou Xuanji he had no temper at all. He finally wanted to catch up with Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji obtained the title of Sovereign Heavenly Law straight away. Moreover, he was a second-rank Immortal General. This made him feel discouraged immediately. Feng Kuel sighed as well. His sigh made Baihao Isin even sadder. At this moment, Mo Jiuqing suddenly appeared before Grandmaster Aoshi. He was covered in blood and even his white hair was stained by the blood. "Tianhan, I need your help," he said with a dark face. Baihao Isin and Feng Kuel were shocked. Mo Jiuqing was injured. "What is it?" Grandmaster Aoshi asked with a frown. Mo Jiuqing said, "I found out where Divine Lord Ji is hiding. Let's work together to kill him." At the mention of Divine Lord Ji, fury and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Grandmaster Aoshi did not agree immediately and was a little hesitant. Divine Lord Ji was unfathomable. No one knew how powerful he was. He did not want to offend him easily. Chapter 481. What? You're afraid of Divine Lord Ji? Mo Jiuqing snorted coldly, sounding displeased. Grandmaster Aoshi said helplessly, "Look at how many enemies you have made. Are you only satisfied when the entire world becomes your enemy? If you're really invincible then so be it. But you're already powerful enough to deal with Divine Lord Ji. How far away are you from being invincible?" Mo Jiuqing was silent, looking displeased. To him it was fine if Grandmaster Aoshi did not help. Was there a need to push him? "You can empathize with me? I've endured for 600,000 years. I even died once, unlike you. You were raised by your revered teacher, and no one dared to offend you," he snorted coldly. He snorted coldly and disappeared into thin air after he finished speaking. Grandmaster Aoshi sighed. He felt a little melancholic. Among his apprentice brothers, he had the best relationship with Mo Jiuqing. They often helped each other and risked their lives. 500,000 years ago, Mo Jiuqing was betrayed by many and was hunted down by countless powerful cultivators. He did not help then and he did not help now either. He felt bad but reality was reality. If he helped Mo Jiuqing kill Divine Lord Ji, not to mention if he could succeed, who would be next? Revenge breeds revenge. Baihao Isin's voice came, "Revered teacher, you are not loyal enough. It was the same before. I was suffering in the mortal realm and you did not help." Grandmaster Aoshi's fury was ignited. He could not be angry with Mo Jiuqing, but he could do whatever he wanted with Baihao Isin. He stood up straight away and came up to Baihao Isin. He lifted his ankle and lashed him on the ground like a whip. "Down. You!" After returning to the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji brought the Black Hole Exquisite Lion back to his residence. Along the way, every disciple looked at him with fanatical admiration. The Black Hole Exquisite Lion was so arrogant that his head almost reached the sky. "What? He's a heavenly law true god? Zhou Shaoxian opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She circled around the black hole exquisite lion and observed him carefully. The black hole exquisite lion shouted, "Even the sky will be torn apart by my roar." Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. He looks like the little black snake. I wonder who will be more arrogant if they fight. Zhou Shaoxian smiled and said, "Little black only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant." Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and walked to the side. He told her about what happened earlier. Jiang Shui blinked her eyes and said, "Should I learn from her and separate from you first, and look for you after I become stronger?" Zhou Xuanji stared at her and snorted, "You dare." The two flirted as if no one else was around, and Zhou Shaoxian rolled her eyes. The black hole exquisite lion was lying on the ground ready to rest. Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen suddenly ran over. Upon seeing Bai Suwen, the black hole exquisite lion jumped up in fright. "Nine heavens godly snake." It cried out in terror as if it had met its natural enemy. Bai Suwen flicked her tongue and smiled, "Hello, my name is Bai Suwen." The black hole exquisite lion was so scared that his whole body trembled. He did not dare to reply and his mind was blank. He looked around, afraid that other 9 heaven mystical snakes would appear. After that, Yang Yuqian personally came to visit. He asked Zhou Xuanji how he became a god, and Zhou Xuanji did not hide it from him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution and that his cultivation had reached complete heavenly law true god, he felt like he was struck by lightning and could not come to his senses for a long time. Zhou Xuanji had surpassed him in terms of cultivation stage. While he was pleasantly surprised, he was also filled with frustration. He called himself a genius, but compared to Zhou Xuanji he could not be any more mediocre. After chatting for a while, Yang Yuqian calmed himself down and left. Zhou Xuanji becoming more powerful was a good thing for the divine cliff. As long as he did not compare himself with Zhou Xuanji, he would feel better. Look at how many people lost their confidence because of you. Jiang Shui tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead and shook her head with a smile. Zhou Xuanji hugged her and asked, "What about you?" Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked with a dangerous tone, "What? You still want to discourage me?" Zhou Shaoxian covered her forehead. "It's starting again. Is there an end?" In the next month, more and more factions came to visit the divine cliff. All of them brought generous gifts to curry favor with the divine cliff. Zhou Xuanji was extremely talented, and he was a second-rank immortal general in the God Palace. The divine cliff's future was bright, and no one dared to target Zhou Xuanji anymore. Even the Master of Gods favored Zhou Xuanji so much. How could they dare to act rashly? This day, Mo Jiuqing suddenly came to find Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was listening to the old beggar's teachings in the forest. Once he appeared, the old beggar shut up. "Humph." The old beggar snorted coldly. He folded his arms and turned around. Zhou Xuanji was amused. Mo Jiuqing stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did this guy set his eyes on another faction? "I want to deal with Divine Lord Ji. If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Cloud Devil Pool to get the Divine Sword," Mo Jiuqing said straightforwardly. Hearing the words Saint Sword, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Magistrate Chui said that the Divine Sword could help him soar into the sky. But until now he had not realized how powerful the Divine Sword was. If he could have another Divine Sword, things might be different. Okay. Zhou Xuanji agreed straight away. Back then, Divine Lord Ji's subordinates came to cause trouble for him. He still remembered that. The old beggar turned around and said, "Divine Lord Ji's power is unfathomable. Be careful." He looked at Mo Jiuqing and said coldly, "You must bring him back alive. Or else don't blame me for being rude to you." Mo Jiuqing was not angry. He nodded lightly and waved his right hand. Demonic chi rose and swept Zhou Xuanji away. Looking at the direction where the two of them left, the old beggar smiled strangely. "Very good. You two are birds of a feather." Just when they entered the demonic chi, Zhou Xuanji asked Mo Jiuqing to bring the black hole exquisite lion along. This guy had the aura of the heavenly law and might be able to help them. He sat down and asked curiously, "How powerful is Divine Lord Ji?" He was no longer the same as before. Facing the mysterious Divine Lord Ji, he had an urge to try. The black hole exquisite lion opened his eyes wide and said with a trembling voice, "You are going to deal with Divine Lord Ji? Let me go back." Zhou Xuanji stared at him and he dared not to speak any more. With his back facing Zhou Xuanji, Mo Jiuqing replied, "Very powerful. Not only him but the 10 ghost grandmasters around him are also very powerful. When the time comes, you will deal with the 10 ghost grandmasters and I will deal with Divine Lord Ji." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Oh? It seems that you have a lot of confidence in me. You wanted to know how powerful he was too. I can sense that you are very powerful." Mo Jiuqing replied and did not speak any more. Zhou Xuanji did the same and began to cultivate in peace. He had 2 ancient gazing legendary swords, so there was no reason for him to be afraid. This time he wanted to test his limits. 2 days later, Mo Jiuqing stopped, and Zhou Xuanji and the black hole exquisite lion landed. The demonic qi dispersed and they could see their surroundings clearly. There were volcanoes all around them. Rivers of lava covered the surface of the ground in a complicated pattern. A scorching aura permeated the air, and even the sky was painted red. I recommend a very good book, The Devil King of the City, written by Happier Heo. Don't miss it. Chapter 482. At the bottom of a volcano, deep underground, there was a stone palace. Inside the hall, Suhan was meditating and cultivating. A black figure was sitting on the main seat in front of him. This black shadow was in the shape of a human, but its body was like black smoke, constantly fluttering. He was Divine Lord Ji. Very good. This technique suits you very well. Only a pair of eyes could be seen in the black shadow, sharp and cold. Suhan opened his eyes and said with a frown, "This energy technique is domineering indeed, but when can I catch up to Zhou Xuanji? He's already a sword emperor. You also said that one has to surpass the heavenly law true God to be qualified to become a rank 2 immortal general." Divine Lord Ji replied calmly, "You have your own path of growth. You should not be arrogant or rash and don't look at others. Zhou Xuanji climbed up with serendipity, and his foundation is not stable. Something will happen to him sooner or later. But you are different. I want you to work steadily and become stronger step by step." Suhan thought about it and felt that it made sense. Bang! A world-shaking explosion came from the ground. Immediately after, Mo Jiuqing's furious roar sounded. "Divine Lord Ji, come out and accept your death." When Divine Lord Ji heard that, he squinted his eyes and humphed coldly. "That bastard is here again. This time I must bury him here." With that, he disappeared from the seat of honor. Suhan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. This was not the first time Mo Jiuqing had come here, but he had been forced back. This time would not be an exception. On the ground, Mo Jiuqing floated high in the sky, his body wrapped in tornado-like demonic qi. Behind him stood a golden Buddha that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Heavenly lightning coiled around its body, and 1,000 arms grew from its back, each holding a sword. It was mighty and domineering. The black hole exquisite lion stared at the 1,000-hand sword Buddha, dumbfounded. What a domineering divine ability. Zhou Xuanji stood on the head of the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at the ground. One divine sword after another appeared around him. There were more than 300 divine swords, each emitting a different dazzling light. They were as resplendent as the stars. All evil yin-yang destruction and holy light godly shadow sword appeared beside his arms. Boom, boom, boom. Many figures rushed out of the lava and surrounded Mo Jiuqing. They wore armor with flowing magma, and their bodies were like raging flames. There were white flames, green flames, black flames, and red flames of different colors. The top 10 ghost sects. Mo Jiuqing, are you going to stop? Do you really want to die? The red flame ghost ancestor master shouted in a deep voice. The other 9 ghost ancestor masters also released their powerful auras. Before Mo Jiuqing could speak, Zhou Xuanji's voice floated out, "Your opponent is me." With this, the 10 ghost sects all looked toward Zhou Xuanji. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha and the hundreds of divine swords. They immediately thought of one person. "You are the sword emperor Zhou Xuanji?" The green flame ghost ancestor said coldly with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Zhou Xuanji dared to make trouble for Divine Lord Ji? Did he think that he was invincible just because he became a grade 2 immortal general? Zhou Xuanji smiled and his eyes turned cold. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha raised its 1,000 swords and slashed at the 10 great ghost sections. Mo Jiuqing was in front of it, so it was not afraid of accidentally injuring him. Mo Jiuqing disappeared, and the 10 ghost grandmasters charged at Zhou Xuanji. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000 swords slashed wildly with great force. Volcanoes were smashed one after another, and magma gushed out like a fountain. shooting straight into the sky. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not as simple as reaching complete heavenly law true God. The violet demon monarch's heart and the heavenly law immortal constitution had completely merged, which made his power surpass that of a heavenly law true God. Humph! Today I will let you understand why I can become the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and unleashed his emperor's might straightaway. His aura grew tremendously, and the 10 ghost grandmasters were suppressed by his emperor's might. The black hole exquisite lion quickly hid far away. He was shocked in his heart. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Although they were both heavenly law true gods, he felt that Zhou Xuanji's emperor's might was unbearable for him. He was too powerful. The 1,000-hand-sword Buddha suddenly exploded into countless golden arrows that shot in all directions. The 10 ghost grandmasters dodged quickly. They were so fast that they left behind countless afterimages. A horrifying and boundless aura descended. Divine Lord Ji descended from the billowing thunderclouds. His body was burning with flames that formed into a fiery armor. His smoke-like body was like a demon god. Mo Jiuqing appeared before him and said coldly, "Divine Lord Ji, today I will make you pay with your blood." Divine Lord Ji replied calmly, "Really? Do you have that power?" Just when he spoke, the two powerful cultivators clashed together. All sorts of spells appeared out of nowhere and ravaged the sky like a flood. The ground shook violently and volcanoes erupted one after another. Lava soared into the sky. Underground. Su Han, who was cultivating in the stone palace, opened his eyes in shock. "Sword Emperor. Senior is here," he mumbled. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji was here, he was excited, but more than that, he was worried. Divine Lord Ji was very powerful. Could Zhou Xuanji deal with him? He wanted to go out and watch the battle, but the palace had restrictions and he could not get out at all. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his full power. With 2 Armageddon legendary swords in his hands, his skin turned golden. A 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, and heavenly lightning surrounded him. At the same time he activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry. Over 300 legendary swords radiated with a silver radiance. With him as the center, they ravaged an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. The 10 ghost grandmasters swarmed forward but were blocked by the legendary swords. The 9 flame chimera demon sword let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The thunderclap sword emitted billions of heavenly lightning bolts, which turned into a heavenly net and charged toward the 10 ghost grandmasters. As the holy light divine shadow sword swung, it produced countless sword shadows. At first glance, Zhou Xuanji looked like he was surrounded by millions of legendary swords. It was a majestic sight. The other legendary swords were showing their might, each more dazzling than the last. Zhou Xuanji squandered his heavenly law's celestial power crazily. With the Qianxia map, he could do whatever he wanted and was not afraid of wasting. "Is that all you can do?" He burst out laughing. The divine energy from the 2 Armageddon legendary swords flowed into his body, which strengthened his emperor's might. Humph! The red flame ghost grandmaster snorted coldly. His body disappeared and reappeared before Zhou Xuanji. Countless evil spirits flew out from his body and were about to engulf Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar. Sword Qi emanated from every pore on his body and annihilated all the evil spirits. The red flame ghost grandmaster followed up and clawed at him. A sword light flashed. The sky-dominating divine sword Soul slashed the red flame ghost grandmaster into half. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Countless sword shadows covered the heavens and earth densely, which made the black hole exquisite lion's scalp numb. Tens of millions of sword shadows gathered into a primordial river that occupied half the sky. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked too. They cried out in shock. "This brat is already as powerful as a universe heaven cultivator. Why does he have so much celestial power? His body is also a heavenly law immortal constitution. Impossible. He's not even 200 years old. How did he cultivate so many skills? And these swords, where did he get them from?" Chapter 483. The 10 ghost grandmasters were shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power, but Zhou Xuanji would not give them the chance to continue marveling. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow and Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep instantly erupted. Countless sword shadows charged toward the 10 great ghost sects from all directions. There were more than 30 million sword shadows, and they stirred up violent winds that whistled through the heavens and the earth. Shio, shio, swoosh, the 10 great ghost sects all dodged in a hurry. The volcanoes and magma below were bombarded. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and scalding lava shot up into the sky. This scene was like the beginning of the world, the time when eras were replaced. The earth was collapsing, and the flames at the core of the earth intended to burn the heavens. Divine Lord Ji and Mo Jiuqing were also fighting, and their auras were not any weaker than Zhou Xuanji's. The two of them collided madly with extreme speed. All sorts of techniques and divine abilities were casually cast out, and they were like exploding stars that shook the space. Mo Jiuqing's demonic aura swirled as he struck out with both palms. The demonic aura turned into all sorts of demonic creatures that attacked Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji turned into countless clones and surrounded him. Every clone was casting spells and bombarding him, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Mo Jiuqing roared and transformed into a black ball of light. Then countless black arrows shot out towards Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji raised his right hand and pressed down. Bang! A bolt of blood-colored lightning suddenly struck down, striking the black sphere of light and shattering it. Following that, Mo Jiuqing's figure was revealed. He wasn't injured. His eyes burst open and 9 black dragons shot out of his eyes, quickly entangling Divine Lord Ji. Mo Jiuqing, you are not a match for me. Why are you so stubborn? Divine Lord Ji said slowly, his tone filled with sarcasm. When Mo Jiuqing heard that, he became even more enraged and his attacks surged. The other side. The battle between Zhou Xuanji and the 10 Ghost Grandmasters had also reached its climax. The 10 Ghost Grandmasters were all in a higher cultivation stage than Zhou Xuanji. Their magic energy was boundless. After they figured out Zhou Xuanji's sword technique, they began to turn the tide of the battle. Zhou Xuanji could sense that they were getting closer and closer to him. The 9 sword souls behind him continuously shot out and quickly gathered together. Up until now, he was still unable to harm the 10 great ghost sections. It was the same for the ghost sect members. Both sides fell into a stalemate and were locked in a stalemate. At this time, human-shaped lava monsters emerged from the surging lava river. Each of them was 100 feet tall, and they roared furiously. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Their numbers were still increasing. After these lava monsters came to the surface, they leaped at Zhou Xuanji. Even the primordial chaos sword shadow could not completely destroy them. Zhou Xuanji began to retreat, and sword sect immortal cry's speed also reached its limit, forming a barrier of light that protected him. He took a deep breath, then suddenly used Wraith Retribution on the Red Flame Ghost Ancestor. The 9 sword souls charged toward the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster. The Red Flame Ghost Master nimbly evaded the attack. Such a powerful sword soul. Isn't this kid's natural talent in the sword Dao too ridiculous? The Red Flame Ghost Ancestor's heart was in turmoil, and his killing intent soared. Such an enemy must be eliminated, or else Zhou Xuanji would be able to kill him soon. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him with 2 Armageddon legendary swords in his hands. He activated dual sword wills and his sword techniques were superb, catching him off guard. Only now did he understand that Zhou Xuanji's close combat sword techniques were far more powerful than his divine abilities. The 2 swords attacked at the same time, each faster than the last, and there were no flaws, forcing him to hastily defend himself. Boom. He punched out with both fists and magic energy exploded, pushing Zhou Xuanji back tens of thousands of meters. Zhou Xuanji, you can't defeat us. Why? The Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster spoke, trying to distract Zhou Xuanji. With a flash of sword light, the 9 sword souls appeared out of nowhere and crashed into him. Sword chi exploded, covering an area of 100 miles. The other Ghost Grandmasters were shocked. Big brother. What divine ability is this? They are so far away from each other. There's something strange about this kid. Damn. Why is he so difficult to deal with? The 9 great Ghost Grandmasters cursed and reminded each other. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he could not kill the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster. How powerful was this guy? Seems like I have to get serious. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His lips curled into a conceited and condescending smile. The 9 great Ghost Grandmasters were stunned. The Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster appeared before them, and his aura became unstable. Apparently, the attack just now had severely injured him. Zhou Xuanji, the Red Flame Ghost Grandmaster, gnashed his teeth. Before he could finish speaking, billions of wolf howls exploded. Zhou Xuanji took out the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. With the ancient gazing legendary sword, he immediately activated the horrifying divine energy contained in the sword. The entire world fell silent. Even Mo Jiuqing and Divine Lord Ji, who were fighting, retreated and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. What sword is that? Divine Lord Ji asked in confusion. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The 10 great ghost grandmasters shuddered. Countless wolf howls came from the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. A horrifying wolf head that was thousands of meters tall appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. The wolf's eyes were ruthless and cruel, as though it wanted to destroy the entire world. Surging energy flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body from the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. His body glowed with a golden radiance and his aura soared. This powerful feeling. Feels good. Zhou Xuanji raised the sword and mumbled to himself. His voice was trembling with excitement. Even though he was already a complete heavenly law true god, he still felt exhilarated by this power. It was enough to show how powerful the ancient gazing legendary sword was. He looked at the 10 great ghost grandmasters and said, "Do you still dare to fight?" The 10 great ghost grandmasters were silent. The Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword made their souls tremble, and they did not dare to get close. Even the lava monsters backed away from Zhou Xuanji. Once the legendary sword appeared, the battlefield was set. Zhou Xuanji became the focus of the entire battlefield. Even Divine Lord Ji fell into silence. Mo Jiuqing frowned and looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Could this be a divine sword? He was very curious about Zhou Xuanji's swords. This brat's swords were each more powerful than the last. Did they really come from the old beggar? Or did Zhou Xuanji have an even more powerful backer? Seeing that they were silent, Zhou Xuanji felt very proud in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Since you are afraid, then come and accept your fear." This sword is called the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword. After that, he raised the Wolf Ancestor Soul Sword high up. A woo, roar, billions of wolf howls resounded, tearing through the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously, far surpassing that of a heavenly law true god. The 9 souls in the ancient god sword were alarmed too. What divine sword did you get? How can it be? This power? What sword is this? He's facing Divine Lord Ji's 10 great ghost grandmasters? He's fighting Divine Lord Ji so soon? The 9 souls cried out in shock. They had been asleep for a while, and when they woke up again, Zhou Xuanji had completely changed. Zhou Xuanji ignored the 9 souls and focused on using the 9 hell flame extinction. Pillars of lava rose up, and the ground continued to crumble. Countless lines of fire covered the ground. The 10 great ghost grandmasters all cried out and channeled their magic energy to defend. Zhou Xuanji slashed down with his sword. The ancient gazing divine power descended, and the 9 hell flame extinction was born. Everything between the heavens and the earth was reduced to nothingness. Chapter 484. In the underground stone hall. Su Han stood up, and the entire stone hall shook violently. A terrifying pressure descended, causing his hair to stand on end. What happened? He looked up in horror, unable to imagine what kind of battle was taking place on the ground. There was a loud bang. The stone hall shattered, and a layer of light appeared out of thin air, protecting the space within the hall. Su Han was horrified to see the surrounding rocks and lava turn into nothingness. The soil above was the same. A strong light shone down from the sky. Tens of thousands of feet away, he saw a figure floating in the air, still in the posture of swinging a sword. The 10 ghost grandmasters let out shrill screams. Su Han's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. What kind of power is this? As far as his eyes could see, everything had turned into nothingness. Darkness was swallowing everything up from below. He had a horrifying feeling of being expelled from the boundless world. Zhou Xuanji. Divine Lord Ji gritted his teeth and his tone was filled with bitter murderous intent. Su Han sucked in a cold breath. This power was created by Senior Zhou? Just how strong was he now? He could already fight against Divine Lord Ji? His heart was on fire again. As expected, Senior Zhou was still the strongest. Divine Lord Ji had said that his foundation was unstable. T. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji had always been number 1 in Su Han's heart. Even though Divine Lord Ji had taught him, he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji in his heart. Back in the village in the northern wilderness, if it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji destroying the demons and subduing the Gulan demon monarch, making the demon race take care of their village, Su-Han might not have been able to live to this day. In the past he had wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his teacher, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji had important matters to attend to. However, before he left he still taught them a sword technique. How could Divine Lord Ji compare to such a life-saving favor? Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came. What? Have you forgotten that you sent your subordinates to kill me? That poor guy is called Qin Mahuai, right? When Qin Mahuai had descended to the northern wilderness, he still had First Revolution golden immortal cultivation. It could be seen how vicious Divine Lord Ji was. He had sworn to kill Zhou Xuanji. Hearing that, Divine Lord Ji fell silent again and did not reply immediately. The bright light dissipated. Below them was a terrifying black hole with a diameter of 100 miles, the end of which could not be seen. At the edge of the black hole, the surface of the ground was shattered. Magma and mud piled up to form a high earthen wall. Scorched smoke filled the air, just like the beginning of the world. The stone hall that Su-Han was in floated in midair within the black hole. Looking down from above, he couldn't be seen because the darkness had swallowed him. TSK, Divine Lord Ji, you must be panicking. Don't you feel heartache that 4 people from your ghost sect died? Mo Jiuqing's voice resounded in the sky as he provoked Divine Lord Ji with his words. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 figures appeared in front of Divine Lord Ji. The 6 members of the ghost sect were like candlelight that was about to go out, and weren't as domineering as before. They looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was the most terrifying existence in the world. That sword strike just now had almost wiped them out. The atmosphere became more serious. Divine Lord Ji remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Mo Jiuqing did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited for Divine Lord Ji to relax. At this moment, Divine Lord Ji must be filled with rage. He could not attack forcefully. Let's begin. However, Zhou Xuanji did not want to wait any longer. Using so many legendary swords took a great toll on him. Mo Jiuqing narrowed his eyes and immediately acted. He still had the power to fight Divine Lord Ji. Before, the 10 great ghost grandmasters were harassing him from the side, causing him to be surrounded by enemies. The 2 of them immediately walked towards Divine Lord Ji. Zhou Xuanji, Mo Jiuqing, this enmity will not end until one of us is dead. I hope that you can bear it, Divine Lord Ji said slowly. After speaking, he turned into a dense black fog that quickly spread out and covered the 6 ghost grandmasters. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing acted at the same time. Demonic chi and sword chi shot out, dispersing the black fog. It was a pity that Divine Lord Ji and the 6 ghost grandmasters' auras had already disappeared. Even Su-Han, who was within the black hole, had disappeared. Mo Jiuqing gritted his teeth and cursed, "We still let that bastard escape." Even so, he was still very happy in his heart. At least this time he had destroyed Divine Lord Ji's prestige and killed 4 ghost grandmasters. It was a great victory. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Divine Lord Ji only has these few subordinates?" Apart from the lava monsters, Zhou Xuanji only saw the 10 great ghost grandmasters and a fellow with a weak aura below. This is not Divine Lord Ji's lair. He most likely came here to nurture that junior below, Mo Jiuqing said. Divine Lord Ji was elusive. It was not easy for him to find him so many times, and at the same place at the same time. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He felt that the boy's aura was very familiar, but he could not remember where. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Following this, the 2 of them left. Not long after they left, a black shadow appeared from the ruins. This black shadow took on a human form and wore dark purple metal armor. He did not have a head and only had a muscular body. He held a cold black spear in his right hand. He looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing had left and muttered, "The Sword Emperor has grown. It's time to harvest." After saying this, he entered the 100-kilometer-wide black hole beside him and disappeared within the yin-yang boundary. After the battle with Divine Lord Ji, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing did not return immediately. Instead, they found a hidden place and began to recover their magic energy. Zhou Xuanji was also replenishing his heavenly law celestial energy. Ever since he had cultivated the heavenly law immortal constitution, he did not need to fly above the clouds to absorb heavenly law celestial energy. The 2 of them sat on the peak of the mountain, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Mo Jiuqing said, "I did not expect you to be so powerful already. You have hope of surpassing us." He was once a peerless genius who shocked the world, but facing Zhou Xuanji he could not compare. "Shouldn't I definitely surpass you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Having heard this, Mo Jiuqing shook his head and laughed. After this battle, the two of them became much closer. Mo Jiuqing completely acknowledged him and began to talk about the enmity between him and Divine Lord Ji. 600,000 years ago he had just ascended. Because of his outstanding talent, he was suppressed by countless factions and had to wander around. After that, he met Divine Lord Ji. Divine Lord Ji pretended to be kind and wanted to take him as a disciple, enticing him to leave with Divine Lord Ji. 100 years later, he accidentally found out that Divine Lord Ji wanted to refine him into a clone. At that time he was furious. However, he couldn't defeat Divine Lord Ji, so he escaped secretly. Who knew that Divine Lord Ji would chase after him? If he hadn't met the old beggar later on, he would have become Divine Lord Ji's clone puppet. Mo Jiuqing gritted his teeth at the mention of this matter. Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of familiarity. Did Xian Daoya want to do the same to him? He asked curiously, "Who is this old man? Why won't you even tell me your name?" He had already acknowledged the old beggar as his master, but this old thing didn't even tell him his name. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. His name is taboo. Once spoken, one will suffer the greatest punishment of the heavenly Tao." Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 485. If his name was exposed, he would receive the highest punishment from the heavenly Tao? Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. What evil things had that old fellow done for the heavenly law to target him like this? He did not pursue the matter. Mo Jiuqing probably did not know either. Who would say such a shameful thing? Take Venerable Xian for example. The people of the Divine Cliff thought that he was the strongest, but little did they know that he had already fallen because he challenged the heavenly path. The two of them stopped chatting and began to refine their magic power seriously. News of their battle with Divine Lord Ji didn't spread because there were no other living beings nearby. Half a month later, the two of them set off for the Cloud Devil Lake. The Cloud Demon Pool was a large lake that had existed for countless years. It was even vaster than the ocean. Legend had it that the Cloud Demon had fallen here, causing the surface of the lake to be eternally filled with demonic energy. This was the holy land of the demonic path, and it had once been sealed by the sovereign demon sect. When the sovereign demon sect was expelled, the great Cloud Devil Lake once again became an ownerless land. However, it was very difficult to find traces of fiendish cultivators in the Center God province. One of Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing's senior apprentice brothers was hiding here. He had once been a first-class great emperor and had been peerless and invincible. However, he had gone mad and had hidden in the Cloud Devil Pool, never leaving. And he had a holy sword in his hand. Back then he had relied on this holy sword to slaughter the great thousand worlds, turning the sky blood-red and the earth barren. What's this senior brother's name? Is there a ranking on the great emperor's steel? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He could hear the admiration in Mo Jiuqing's voice. He was very curious as to what kind of expert could garner such admiration from Mo Jiuqing. His name is Su Qin, and his title is the Northern Nethersword Devil. He is ranked 9th on the great emperor's steel. Mo Jiuqing replied with a fervent look in his eyes. Su Qin? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and thought of Su Yang for some reason. Daoya old man thought that Su Yang was the reincarnation of an almighty being, but he still couldn't tell which almighty being he was. Compared to Su Qin, although there was only a difference of a single word, the difference was like heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "How many disciples does the old man have? Why do I feel that each one is more monstrous than the last?" Mo Jiuqing smiled and said, "I have more than 10 senior brothers above me. Make a guess yourself. Aside from you, Di Guanlong is the youngest. He has already reached the universe heaven realm and is awe-inspiring in the Center God province. Up until now, the old man hasn't let us gather together. He only taught us a divine ability that allows you to communicate spiritually, but you won't be able to see each other's true faces. When you break through to the universe heaven stage, he will definitely teach you. What's interesting is that every time we use our divine abilities to communicate mentally, the old man isn't there. He's not afraid of us plotting a rebellion." Zhou Xuanji listened with great interest. This old guy really had many tricks up his sleeves. He then asked, "What did he ask of you? Did he ask you to do anything?" Mo Jiuqing frowned and said, "Speaking of which, it is strange. He never asked us to do anything. He only taught them divine abilities and never demanded anything from us." Zhou Xuanji blinked. Is there really such a selfless person in the world? The Cloud Devil Pool was surrounded by undulating mountains. The lake was vast and boundless, and demonic energy covered the lake's surface. The mountain peaks at the periphery appeared dwarfed by the demonic fog. From afar, it looked like a giant demon was crawling on the surface of the Cloud Devil Lake. Zhou Xuanji and Emo Jiuqing stopped on a hill and looked towards the Cloud Devil Pool. If we want to snatch the holy sword from Su Qing, we can't use brute force. He has already lost his rationality and is easily angered. It will be very difficult to defeat him if we work together. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. So difficult to deal with? Why didn't you say that before you fought Divine Lord Ji? He cursed in his heart, but his expression did not change. He continued to listen to Emo Jiuqing. When the time comes, I'll attract Su Qing's attention and you'll go ahead and steal it. This plan caused Zhou Xuanji to roll his eyes. He asked, Isn't Su Qing holding the holy sword? Guard it like a treasure every day? Emo Jiuqing nodded, making him speechless. Wasn't he crazy? Since things had come to this, he had no other choice but to do this. The two of them quickly dove into the demonic mist. Blue sky, white clouds, verdant hills and clear waters. Xian Daoya sat by a small river fishing, looking quite pleased. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the malicious Buddha. He narrowed his eyes and said, You're still fishing here. Don't you know that Zhou Xuanji has already surpassed your control? Xian Daoya's expression did not change. He slightly shook his head and asked, Isn't it better for him to be stronger? When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, he did his best to remain calm, but he felt quite complicated inside. Zhou Xuanji's rise was too fast. It was so fast that it surpassed anything he knew. He definitely has a powerful expert giving him pointers. Even Grandmaster Aoshi and Emo Jiuqing are friends with him. It's said that Grandmaster Aoshi and Emo Jiuqing are apprentice brothers. There's no way to verify this, but it's very possible, the malicious Buddha said in a low voice. His expression was a bit unsightly. He had completely offended Zhou Xuanji. If he allowed Zhou Xuanji to continue growing, he would definitely be in trouble. No matter what, we can't touch him now, right? Xian Daoya asked, looking like he had already given up. The malicious Buddha frowned even deeper. He did not know what to say. Don't worry. You are not the only one who is anxious. The others are anxious too. Why do you need to be at the front? Xian Daoya said casually. The malicious Buddha heard him and fell into deep thought. A while later, he left after saying this. There's one thing you must know. The others are all hiding in the dark. You and I are already hated by Zhou Xuanji. Xian Daoya's expression changed, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh, swoosh. Within the demonic mist, Zhou Xuanji and Emo Jiuqing traveled swiftly. The Cloud Devil Pool was vast. It would take some effort to find Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji tried to scan the area with his divine sense, but it was blocked by the demonic mist, which rendered it useless. Along the way he encountered many demonic creatures. They maintained the appearance of ferocious beasts and had no intelligence. They pounced at them without any sense of danger. He began to be interested in the legendary Cloud Devil. What kind of demon could leave behind such a massive demonic chi that would not dissipate even after 10,000 years? Was he more powerful than the demonic ancestor? Half an hour later, Emo Jiuqing stopped suddenly and Zhou Xuanji looked down. There was a deserted island on the lake below. It was dozens of miles long and baleful aura emanated from it. Even the demonic mist could not block it. It's below. I will go first. You act according to the situation. After saying this, Emo Jiuqing vanished from his original spot. Zhou Xuanji took out the wolf ancestor soul sword. He did not dare to be careless facing Su Qing. About 5 breaths later. Roar. A deafening roar came. It was so loud that even Zhou Xuanji could not help but tremble, and his hair stood on end. Boom. A violent gale dispersed the demonic mist, and he saw a domineering figure chasing after Emo Jiuqing. Before he could see Su Qing's face clearly, the two had already disappeared at the end of the lake. Zhou Xuanji immediately flew toward the deserted island. Chapter 486. Soon Zhou Xuanji found the divine sword. It was located in a cave. The sword was erected vertically on the ground. Its blade was 4 fingers wide, and its lower end gradually widened. The hilt was covered with black scales, and there was a pair of gems that looked like scarlet eyes on the hilt. Saint Sword. When Zhou Xuanji got close to it, he sensed an unimaginable aura coming at him. It was as if a primordial beast was roaring at him. He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 9 souls. Sacred Sword 2 gang, you're at the Cloud Devil pool? Lu Wuji said in surprise, and the other souls followed suit. The Northern Nether Sword Devil isn't here. This is a good opportunity. If he takes it, the Northern Nether Sword Devil will hunt him down. Of course I'll take it. As long as you have the confidence to escape, then take it. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Saint Sword Tigong's hilt. When he held it, a chill flowed through his palm and into his body, causing the heavenly Tao immortal energy in his body to boil. In that instant he felt a strong urge to take possession of the sword. With a clang he pulled out Sacred Sword 2 gang. After that he vanished on the spot. He quickly flew out of the Cloud Devil Lake at full speed, not daring to let his guard down. Although Su Qing had already been led somewhere by Mo Jiuqing, as long as he was in the Cloud Devil Great Lake, he did not feel safe. Roar! A loud cry came from behind him. It was so loud that Zhou Xuanji felt goosebumps all over his body. How could this be? So fast? He subconsciously looked back and saw a domineering figure rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. He saw Su Qing's true form clearly. This guy's upper body was bare, and his muscles were like rocks that had been battered by the rain. His hair was disheveled and his eyes had no pupils. They were a vast expanse of white. He stared at Zhou Xuanji savagely and roared continuously. Zhou Xuanji immediately used 10,000 ultimate steps and continuously moved about. Seeing that Su Qing was about to catch up, he immediately took out an concealment grass and ate it. Skyfall had already planted a lot of concealment grass, so he left some behind. But after he swallowed the concealing grass, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. Su Qing stopped as well and looked around furiously, but he could not trace Zhou Xuanji. Even his aura had disappeared. He roared furiously at the sky, causing the surrounding space to ripple and disperse the rolling demonic mist. After roaring angrily for a while, he left. At the edge of the Great Cloud Devil Lake, Zhou Xuanji's figure was revealed, and with a poochie sound he madly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body leaned against the mountain wall, and the hand holding the Saint Sword Tugong slightly trembled. Su Qing's roar had injured his internal organs, causing his qi and blood to churn even now. What cultivation level has that guy reached? He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, his face pale. Fortunately he had obtained the holy sword. This price was nothing. He got up and left. As for Mo Jiuqing, he couldn't be bothered to look for him. He believed that Mo Jiuqing would find him. Not long after he left, a burly figure stepped out of the devil mist. It was the Northern Nether Sword Devil, Su Qing. He still maintained his ferocious expression as he swept his gaze in all directions. His nose twitched slightly as if he was sniffing something. He stepped out of the Great Cloud Devil Lake. There was a loud bang. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly blasted down, hitting his body and causing him to howl in pain. He vigorously struggled, wanting to break through the obstruction of the heavenly lightning. Another bolt of heavenly lightning descended, causing his muscles to tremble. The surface of his body started to crack and blood seeped out. He still gave up and madly howled as he went berserk, alerting the Great Cloud Devil Lake's devil mist. A while later, he suddenly charged forwards fearlessly. No matter how much heavenly lightning struck his body, he did not stop. Soon he disappeared over the horizon, covered in blood. Massive waves rose up on the surface of the Great Cloud Devil Lake, and so did the rolling demonic mist. It was as if a massive beast was raging. After leaving the Great Cloud Devil Lake, Zhou Xuanji continued to fly without stopping. For some reason, the sense of danger in his heart grew stronger and stronger, as if there was some ferocious existence chasing after him. 6 hours later, that sense of danger subsided, and he found a place to hide. In order to prevent any accidents, he cast 9 hell flame extinction and opened a yin-yang boundary so that he could escape at any time. He began to recover from his injuries and gather heavenly law celestial energy. As for the Saint Sword Tugong, he put it in the supreme storage to prevent Su Qing from tracking its aura and finding him. About half an hour later, Mo Jiuqing appeared by his side, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. His expression was serious as he said, "Su Qing escaped." Escape? Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange and he did not know what to say. With Su Qing's abilities and madness, wouldn't the world be in trouble? He shook his head and did not think too much. He could not care so much. He asked, wasn't he trapped in the Great Cloud Devil Lake? Could it be that he was attracted by the Saint Sword? Could it be that Su Qing had become a demon because of the Saint Sword? Mo Jiuqing shook his head and sighed as he said, I don't know either. However, if he comes out, he will definitely anger the immortal gods and the various major factions. He greatly admired Su Qing and did not want him to die. Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. The ancient god sword stood by his side, and the 9 souls continuously chattered in his mind. Su Qing was indeed powerful back then. It's a pity. You speak as if you are of the same generation as him. It's said that Su Qing angered a powerhouse above the 33rd heaven. No matter what, he got the Saint Sword. With this brat's talent, how powerful will he become with the Saint Sword? Little brother, when will you revive us? The 9 souls discussed among themselves, and Zhou Xuanji interjected occasionally. He suddenly began to wonder if he should revive the 9 souls. If he revived them, it would be equivalent to having 9 more helpers. However, one could not judge a person's heart. He could not guarantee that the 9 souls would still treat him like this after reviving. After resting for 5 days, Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing parted ways. He suddenly remembered something. The black hole exquisite lion was still waiting for him. Before heading to the Great Cloud Devil Lake, he asked the black hole exquisite lion to wait somewhere so that he would not hold him back. He immediately flew in that direction. A month after Zhou Xuanji took the Saint Sword, a piece of news shook the Center God province. The northern Nether Sword Devil, Su Qing, had escaped from the Great Cloud Devil Lake. Many cities were razed to the ground by him. All sorts of legends about him spread. Soon the Center God province fell into panic again. First there was Mo Jiuqing. Now there was the northern Nether Sword Devil. The Center God province's fate was not going well recently. Among the peaks, Baihao Yisin, who was cultivating, was kicked to the ground. He jumped up and roared furiously, "What's wrong with you?" Bomb. Grandmaster Aoshi slapped him to the ground, and the powerful force shattered the ground. Feng Qiul, who was not far away, swallowed his saliva as he watched. "Humph, Zhou Xuanji has already obtained the Saint Sword. Look at you, what are you doing?" Grandmaster Aoshi held back his anger and cried out with a deep voice. Baihao Yisin, who was lying on the ground, heard this and almost vomited blood. What did Zhou Xuanji being powerful have to do with me? He gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I cultivate?" Grandmaster Aoshi snorted coldly, "And the results?" Baihao Yisin fell silent. Chapter 487. Baihao Yisin was furious. He had a temper, and how could he allow Grandmaster Aoshi to humiliate him like this? Hence, he got up, dusted off his butt, turned around and walked to another place to continue cultivating. Seeing him like this, Grandmaster Aoshi was infuriated. In the past, Baihao Yisin's talent had been exceptional, and he had taken a liking to him at first glance. In the end, this fellow liked women and had raised his character to be lazy. He could be considered a cripple. He sighed and left. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at Feng Qiul. Baihao Yisin and Feng Qiul felt quite complicated. They were also becoming stronger, but compared to Zhou Xuanji they were simply too slow. This emperor doesn't believe it. Baihao Yisin's eyes flickered as he glanced at Feng Qiul and sent a message. Feng Qiul's expression did not change. Instead, he lightly nodded. They felt that it was useless to follow Grandmaster Aoshi. Apart from safety, they would only be bullied. In order to become stronger, they decided to leave. The world was vast, and there would naturally be opportunities that belonged to them. Zhou Xuanji found the black hole exquisite lion and thought that it would be anxious. He did not expect it to find a group of lionesses and live happily. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had appeared, it was a little unhappy. "Master, you're back so soon," it shouted, obviously not wanting to leave. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, took out the chicken-slaying sword and swung. The black hole exquisite lion was frightened and quickly jumped up. The lionesses beside him all fled. Seeing that the chicken-slaying sword was about to reach him, the black hole exquisite lion roared. At this moment, the chicken-slaying sword suddenly descended, aiming for its crotch. The black hole exquisite lion hurriedly dodged and avoided the sword. "The next strike will be even faster." Zhou Xuanji looked down at it and said. It was so scared that it hurriedly shouted, "Master, let's go back quickly. It's dangerous here." Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and jumped onto the black hole exquisite lion's back. They rushed towards the divine cliff. Along the way they advanced very carefully, afraid of encountering Su Qing. Ever since Zhou Xuanji told the black hole exquisite lion about the Cloud Devil Pool, he became extremely timid and flew extremely cautiously. If he encountered Su Qing, Zhou Xuanji might be able to escape, but he could not. Fortunately, Su Qing had already gone north, so they weren't that unlucky. After returning to the divine cliff, Zhou Xuanji found the old beggar and took out the saint's sword. The old beggar looked at the sacred sword Tu Gang and sighed with emotion. What a nostalgic sword. Back then, I gave it to Su Qing in hopes that he would achieve great things. I didn't expect him to go mad and monopolize the Tu Gang. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, why did Su Qing lose control? The old beggar shook his head and did not answer. Zhou Xuanji was so angry that he snatched Tu Gang back. The old beggar became anxious and scolded, Brat, can't you let me look at you for a while longer? Zhou Xuanji ignored him and turned to leave, preparing to see Emperor Sword Court's people. The old beggar was not really angry but touched his chin and thought. After that, Zhou Xuanji did not leave. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 178 years old. Over the past 10 years, his celestial force had been growing, but he was still far from reaching Hunyuan heaven. It was worth mentioning that he couldn't use Tu Gang. Tu Gang contained immense power, and the sword spirit said that Zhou Xuanji had to make Tu Gang recognize him as its master before it could be controlled and modified by the sword spirit. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. Could it be that Tu Gang had a master? If that was the case, why did Su Qing still guard it? He should have just stored it in his body. He could not understand, so he could only put down Tu Gang and focus on cultivating. Now he had become more powerful. He had even used 2 ancient gazing legendary swords together, which meant that he had not used his full power yet. Over the past 10 years, he had obtained another 24 legendary swords, ranging from gold to god slaying. During this time, 2 people from the northern wilderness ascended. They were cultivators that Zhou Xuanji did not recognize, and they had already joined the divine cliff. Time passed very slowly for Zhou Xuanji, but it passed very quickly for others. Su Qing had already left the northern wilderness, while Mo Jiuqing was still taking revenge. It was worth mentioning that Di Guanlong had fought with the Great Heaven God Dynasty's Emperor Jundao. Because of the disparity in cultivation, Emperor Jundao suffered a crushing defeat, which angered the Great Heaven God Dynasty. The Great Heaven God Dynasty chased after Di Guanlong, and the Great Heaven God Emperor attacked personally, severely injuring Di Guanlong and even imprisoning him in the Great Heaven God Dynasty. This battle made the world realize how powerful the Great Heaven God Emperor was. In the past, although the Great Heaven God Dynasty was powerful, it was not high profile. Other than Emperor Jundao, there were not many people in the limelight, and the Great Heaven God Emperor was always in closed-door cultivation. Now, the world understood that the Great Heaven God Dynasty was even more terrifying than they had imagined, especially the Great Heaven God Emperor. He was qualified to be the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province. Zhou Xuanji did not know about the outside world. He focused on cultivating, and his understanding of the way of the sword was also increasing. As for divine abilities, he did not fall behind. The Heavenly Saint's Tao sermon was getting closer and closer. The old beggar told him to become as powerful as possible. Zhou Xuanji guessed that there might be a fierce battle during the sermon. In an underground prison of the Great Heaven God Dynasty, Di Guanlong, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, was chained to the wall. His head was lowered and his body trembled slightly, causing the metal chains to shake and ring. An old eunuch stood in front of the prison door. His skin was wrinkled and his eyes were squinted, leaving only 2 slits. In the dark prison he looked extremely sinister. Di Guanlong, tell us where your revered teacher is, or else we will let you experience unprecedented pain, the old eunuch said. The old eunuch opened his mouth. His voice was sharp like a rooster's. Di Guanlong looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered out of the prison door, but the old eunuch dodged it easily. A mocking smile appeared in his eyes as he said, I didn't expect the Great Heaven God Dynasty's background to be so weak. How long are you going to keep up the pretense? The old eunuch heard him and shook his head in laughter. He took out a wooden bottle and black centipedes crawled out from it. Their shells were black and shiny and they looked eerie. These black centipedes could fly, and they pounced toward Di Guanlong. Their numbers increased. A while later. Ah! Di Guanlong's miserable cry resounded in the prison. The old eunuch turned around. There was no smile on his face, but his expression turned even darker. When the outside world was in turmoil, the divine cliff was safe and sound. Yang Yuqian looked forward to a beautiful future. Under Zhou Xuanji's protection, the divine cliff would surely return to its peak, or even surpass it. But it was a pity that good times did not last long. Outside the vast fog, a bald man appeared on a cliff. Behind him was a dense forest, and in front of him was the divine cliff. He wore black armor and his shoulders were connected to the tips of swords. Although his face was handsome, there was a baleful aura between his brows. "I finally found it. Today I will destroy the divine cliff," he muttered to himself. His words were filled with murderous intent, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He walked toward the vast fog in front of him. He raised his right hand and a golden staff appeared in his hand. Chapter 488. The bald man in black armor wielded his golden staff and swung it forward. Boom! A golden current that could be seen with the naked eye swept out, dispersing the dense fog and sweeping toward the divine cliff city. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared on the spot. He came to the air above the residence and spread out his arms, using heavenly law celestial energy to protect the entire residence. He saw the golden current sweeping toward him like a golden ocean, swallowing everything around it. Everything around the residence was reduced to dust. His expression greatly changed, and he instinctively looked toward the direction of the golden current. He saw a man in black armor walking over. His expression was cold as he looked down at the destroyed Divine Cliff City. Although the Divine Cliff City had been destroyed, not everyone had died. Many buildings were preserved by magic formations. Barriers of magic formations appeared, protecting most of the disciples. They all looked at the man in black armor in terror. Yang Yuqian furiously shouted, "Bastard, state your name." He could no longer care about how powerful the other party was and directly cursed. The Divine Cliff had been low profile for so many years. Who had they offended? "I'm from the great Emperor Dao Court, and my name is Prison Suppressing Vajra. I'm here to destroy the Divine Cliff. Tell Zhou Xuanji to come out and die." The man in black armor coldly harumphed. His bald head burned with a green flame, and his aura grew explosively. "Great Emperor Dao Court, Prison Suppressing Vajra?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did the great Emperor Dao Court come again? He immediately flew out of the residence and took out the wolf ancestor soul sword as he said coldly, "Since you're here to find me, why don't we fight somewhere else?" Prison Suppressing Vajra glanced at him and said, "You overestimate yourself. Destroying the Divine Cliff is my main mission." After saying this, he raised his golden staff and prepared to attack again. Without saying anything, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Countless sword shadows appeared and shot toward Prison Suppressing Vajra. Prison Suppressing Vajra casually swung his staff and destroyed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps and disappeared. Prison Suppressing Vajra's eyes narrowed, and his golden staff blocked in front of him. Clang! Zhou Xuanji was blocked by him and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He exerted force with his right arm and sent Zhou Xuanji flying away. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji disappeared into the fog. Prison Suppressing Vajra raised his staff and laughed. "How much longer are you going to hide?" Just as his golden staff was about to fall, a rainbow light swept over and knocked his golden staff away. "Prison Suppressing Vajra, this is not a place you can come to. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, even if my soul is destroyed, I will kill you here." An ancient voice rang out, stunning all the survivors of the Divine Cliff. Who was this? Yang Yuqian was the most astonished. Could it be that the Divine Cliff was hiding another expert? Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian were worried about Zhou Xuanji. If not for Xiao Chan stopping them, they might have already chased after him. "Calm down, he won't die so easily." Xiao Chan reminded the mother and daughter to maintain their rationality. The Prison Suppressing Vajra revealed a maniacal smile and said proudly, "Then you shall perish together with me." Boom! The aura that erupted from him seemed to make the sky seem shorter. All the disciples of the Divine Cliff felt suffocated by the pressure. A god statue appeared in the Divine Cliff Palace. The statue split open and a 4 or 5-year-old boy appeared. He was wearing an adult white robe and looked neither fish nor fowl. His face was fair and clean and he had 3 eyes. He looked at the Prison Suppressing Vajra calmly. Seeing him, the Prison Suppressing Vajra was excited immediately. He swung his golden staff and laughed wildly, "Shinyatsi, you are finally out. Today I will kill you to prove myself." After that he charged at the 3-eyed boy. "Shinyatsi." Yang Yuqian's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled. The 3-eyed boy was expressionless. He waved his palms and the weather changed. A violent gale swept out. The Prison Suppressing Vajra was blocked, and the floating island and palace in the divine cliff were all blown away. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji held the wolf ancestor soul sword in his right hand and the furious ape sword in his left. He appeared in his residence and used heavenly law celestial power to move the entire residence. "Are you escaping?" Zhou Xiaoxian came over and asked anxiously. It was her first time encountering such a powerful being. Just his aura alone made her feel that she was about to explode. Zhou Xuanji did not reply and stared at the prison-suppressing Vajra. He owed the divine cliff a debt of gratitude. How could he just leave like this? He was also very shocked by the prison-suppressing Vajra's strength. This person was not any weaker than Divine Lord Ji, and he wondered what rank this person was in the great Emperor Dao court. Facing the almost invincible prison-suppressing Vajra, Shinyatsi easily dealt with him. Even though his aura was not as strong as the prison-suppressing Vajra, his expression and attitude made others feel that he was superior. The old beggar suddenly appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and gritted his teeth as he said, "Let's escape first. The enemy is not just the prison-suppressing Vajra." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions greatly fell. A single prison-suppressing Vajra was already so powerful. Were there other enemies hiding in the dark? The old beggar sighed and said, "The prison-suppressing Vajra and the brilliant god Vajra have always been inseparable, and their strength is about the same." Zhou Xuanji frowned and swept out his divine sense in all directions, trying to find the brilliant god Vajra. It was a pity that he could not find the brilliant god Vajra. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was not willing to leave, the old beggar angrily stomped his foot. Boom! 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 The prison-suppressing Vajra and Shinyatsi were locked in battle, and everyone continuously retreated, distancing themselves from their battlefield. "Shinyatsi, sect founder, why is he still here?" Yang Yuqian's eyes widened, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Didn't that mean that he had been monitored by Shinyatsi in the Cliff Lord Palace? Everything he had said and done had been seen by Shinyatsi? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. His hairs stood on end and he did not feel any joy at all. Shinyatsi and the prison-suppressing Vajra turned into two rays of light and shot underground. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji could not see their movements clearly. They were simply too powerful. Rumble, thunder boomed and everyone looked up. They saw that the sky was filled with thunderclouds, and traces of golden light pierced through the clouds as a majestic might descended. Immortal God descent. Even a scoundrel from the great Emperor Dao court dares to come out? Giant God Huang Hao coldly harumphed as if he was the might of the heavens. The might of the heavens shook, looking down on all creatures. Kill! 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 Countless immortal soldiers' cries sounded out, and they gathered together, sounding epic and hot-blooded. The divine cliff's disciples were exhilarated. Their savior was here. Giant God Huang Hao, I have long wanted to fight you. A cold voice came, overshadowing the immortal soldiers' cries. It was extremely domineering. It was not the prison-suppressing Vajra. It was someone else. Brilliant God Vajra. A powerful aura came from another direction, wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth. We're doomed. All our enemies have gathered together. The old beggar cried out and hid behind the black hole exquisite lion. Chapter 489. Hearing the black hole exquisite lion's words, the old beggar kicked out in anger. The tip of his foot struck the black hole exquisite lion's thighs, causing it to cry out in pain and quickly jump away. Zhou Xiaoxian, Xiaochan and Baisuan laughed. The others looked in another direction. Rays of intense light came from the horizon, and their auras shook the sky. It was brilliant God Vajra. He was tens of thousands of meters tall and wore a set of divine armor embedded with crystals. He walked through the air, purple flames burning above his head. His expression was dignified. As soon as he appeared, giant God Huang Hao also descended from the sea of clouds. He was also 30,000 meters tall. The two peerless experts were too high to reach, approaching each other. From afar, it looked like two giant gods of creation were about to start a battle, causing the atmosphere in the heavens and earth to freeze. Boom! Prison-suppressing Vajra and Shinyatsi rushed out from underground, breaking through the billowing dust and fog. They flew into the sky to fight. The two of them fought intensely as if no one else was around. They did not care about giant God Huang Hao and brilliant God Vajra. They only wanted to kill each other. Giant God Huang Hao took out his massive halberd and attacked. Brilliant God Vajra also took out two massive axes, one red and one black, and they gave off an extremely powerful baleful aura. They quickly clashed, and even though their bodies were massive, their attacks were still incredibly fast. Berserk gales swept out in all directions, forcing the remaining palaces and residences to continuously retreat. Yang Yuqian cried out, "Divine Cliff disciples, retreat." Now that the gods were fighting, it was best to prevent the Divine Cliff from suffering more losses. Giant God Huanghao became more and more berserk as he fought, and even Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked. He who was at complete heavenly law true God, could not see through Giant God Huanghao. It seemed that it was not that the Shen court was too weak but that Giant God Huanghao was truly powerful. Brilliant God Vajra was also very powerful. Facing the berserk Giant God Huanghao, he could receive every move. However, his aura was being suppressed and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji used his celestial energy to push the residences back. He looked at the old beggar and asked, "Are they all your enemies?" He was quite confused. Since God Palace was also the old beggar's enemy, why did he want him to join God Palace? The old beggar sighed and transmitted his voice. "Back then they all wanted to take me as their master, but I looked down on them. Back then this matter was a humiliation to them. They didn't mention it to anyone else and no one else knew about it." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He sounded like he was bragging. "Are you as strong as Giant God Huanghao?" But he didn't refute it immediately. What if it was true? He did not dwell on this matter and asked, "Who will win?" This time the old beggar did not send a sound transmission. He replied directly, "Giant God Huanghao and Shinyatsi will win, but these two Vajras might die?" Would he die? Zhou Xuanji blinked. This didn't make sense. He was going to die right after coming out? The battle continued. Even though Zhou Xuanji and the others could not personally witness the battle, they could still hear the sounds of the battle. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the ground continuously trembled. Dirt flowed out from the center of the battlefield, majestically and unstoppably, like a tidal wave of dirt. After an unknown period of time, the battle was over. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense and his expression changed. Giant God Huanghao and Brilliant God Vajra landed on the ground. Brilliant God Vajra knelt in front of Giant God Huanghao. His head was severed and he was no longer alive. Giant God Huanghao was unscathed and still stood tall. He looked into the distance at the battlefield between Shinyatsi and prison-suppressing Vajra. A victor had been decided between the two of them. Prison-suppressing Vajra clutched his chest and coughed up blood continuously. He stared at Shinyatsi furiously and said with gritted teeth, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Shinyatsi was expressionless, but his right arm was severed. Blood flowed out from the third eye on his forehead. Prison-suppressing Vajra took a deep breath and turned to look at Giant God Huanghao, who was far away. Hatred filled his eyes. He and Brilliant God Vajra had supported each other since they were young. Now that Brilliant God Vajra died in front of him, how could he remain calm? But he was not powerful enough. He knew that he could not defeat Shinyatsi and Giant God Huanghao. If this continued, he would be the one to die. Just you wait. The great Emperor Dao Court will control the great Thousand Worlds sooner or later. One day, I will destroy the Divine Cliff and God Palace in front of you. Prison-suppressing Vajra said as he gritted his teeth. After saying this, a black hole appeared behind him and he lightly fell backwards. Swish. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as a golden ray of light shot over and pierced through prison-suppressing Vajra's forehead. Following this, prison-suppressing Vajra fell into the black hole and disappeared. The one who had attacked was Giant God Huanghao. He appeared in front of the black hole out of thin air and stepped into it. He did not want to let prison-suppressing Vajra go. Soon the black hole disappeared. Shinyatsi coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He smiled bitterly and murmured, "Han Shuzi, all of you are wrong because your abilities are inferior to the heavens." As he spoke, he gradually became transparent and turned into motes of light. Elsewhere, within the residence, the old beggar sighed and said, "It's over." How troublesome. The great Emperor Dao Court's two Vajras are like pigs, coming here to die? No, at least they exhausted Shinyatsi to death. Ah. He began to laugh gloatingly. Zhou Xuanji reminded Jiang Shui and the others before flying toward the original location of the Divine Cliff to check. The Divine Cliff had been here for so many years. How could they leave? Soon he met with Yang Yuqian in the air. Looking down at the devastated land, the two were silent. Strands of mist gathered from the horizon, seeming to surround the battlefield. Yang Yuqian sighed, "The Divine Cliff is really full of disasters. Even the founding old ancestor died here. Although he looked solemn, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Shinyatsi was dead, or else he would not be able to continue being the Cliff Lord. Zhou Xuanji did not know what he was thinking and asked, "What should we do next? Rebuild the Divine Cliff City?" The great Emperor Dao Court's attack was a signal. Ever since the immortal gods took control of the Center God Province, he had not seen Shen Daoya again. He thought that the great Emperor Dao Court had given up on him, but it seemed like that was not the case. Right. Next, I will let Wuxia temporarily manage the Divine Cliff and rebuild the Divine Cliff City. I will go search for powerful spirit designs. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, the Divine Cliff will not be able to afford it. With that, Yang Yutian went to look for Wuxia and the other disciples. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Why was he so anxious? Logically speaking, after experiencing such a thing, he should first comfort his disciple for a period of time. Looking at his posture, could it be that he wanted to escape? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In the Divine Cliff, he didn't care who the Cliff Master was. After all, he had Emperor Sword Court. Once he helped the Divine Cliff become stronger, he would leave with the Northern Wilderness region sooner or later. The immortal soldiers also left. As for Giant God Huanghao, he did not return. It was unknown whether he and the prison-suppressing Vajra were dead or alive. In less than 7 days, the news spread like wildfire in the Center God Province. The great Emperor Dao Court had finally unveiled its mysteries in the Center God Province. The origins of the brilliant god Vajra and prison-suppressing Vajra were also uncovered. All the people in the world suddenly felt that even with the protection of the Divine Palace, the Center God Province might not be safe. It might even be more dangerous than before. Chapter 490. After Yang Yuqian left, the Divine Cliff started rebuilding the Divine Cliff City under Wu Qiu's obstruction. Zhou Xuanji did not participate and continued to cultivate in the air. Half a month later, the Divine Cliff City was rebuilt. However, the battle with the two guardian deities had caused the city to lose many disciples, causing the atmosphere in the Divine Cliff City to become depressed and desolate once more. Jiang Shui sent Zhou Shaoxian back to the Northern Wilderness region. This girl was very talented and had the potential to become the next Zhou Xuanji. So, they hoped that she could ascend to the upper realms so that she could enjoy the heavenly law's blessing. Moreover, the Northern Wilderness region was much safer than the Center God Province. At the very least, the enemies they faced were on a completely different level. 2 months later, the old beggar came to the clouds and looked for Zhou Xuanji. The first thing he said was, "Your elder is leaving, hurry up and kneel." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "Where are you going?" The old beggar said arrogantly, "Go and save your senior brother." News of Di Guanlong being captured had spread like wildfire, and Zhou Xuanji had naturally heard about it as well. He had asked the old beggar if he wanted to save him, and the old beggar had said that he did not mind. "Why do you want to save him now?" "Of course, I'm just saving him in passing. I have another purpose, but I can't tell you what it is," the old beggar said proudly. After that, he waved his hand and left. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and continued cultivating. He was not worried about the old beggar. If the old beggar could die easily, he would have died long ago. Half a year later, the Divine Cliff started to recruit disciples. After the previous battle, the Divine Cliff's reputation had grown. A sect with the help of a celestial god would naturally attract many cultivators, especially Giant God Huanghao's name. In the legends of the boundless world, Giant God Huanghao was like Xingtian in Chinese legends, a war god among immortals and gods. Zhou Xuanji did not show himself, but the new disciples always loitered around his residence. It was a pity that they did not see him. On this day, the second-rank immortal medallion trembled again. Zhou Xuanji took it out and old Star Lord's voice came. "All immortals above the 5th tier are to go to the Divine Palace and immediately put down everything you are doing. If anyone dares to be negligent, their position will be reduced." The elder Star Lord's voice was very calm, but there was anger hidden in his tone, making the listener feel pressured. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and flew toward the 9th heaven. They advanced forward without stopping. He came to the door of the Divine Palace. There were already many immortals gathered there, but the door was not open. The immortals and deities discussed among themselves. "What is it this time? It's urgent." "I heard that it has something to do with Giant God Huanghao. The last time Giant God Huanghao went to the Divine Cliff to fight, he never returned. How is this possible?" Didn't he kill the brilliant god Vajra? Could it be that he encountered other experts from the great Emperor Dao court while chasing after the prison-suppressing Vajra? Zhou Xuanji sensed many gazes because he came from the divine cliff. He slightly frowned. Could it be that giant god Huang Hao had fallen for the great Emperor Dao court's trap? Back then he had felt that it was quite strange. Why would the great Emperor Dao court send their experts to die? A skinny man with large limbs walked over. He wore loose yellow robes and had a friendly smile on his face. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he said, "Sword Emperor, I finally get to meet you today. Do you know who I am?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Barefoot Immortal?" The skinny man was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "You're funny. I'm Patriarch Laughing Sky. Haven't you heard of me?" The skinny man asked, blinking his eyes. "Forefather Laughing Sky. First stage Great Immortal of the Divine Palace. He also had a legend in the Great Thousand World. After coming to the Great Thousand World, Zhou Xuanji had seen his temple more than once. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I've long since heard of old ancestor Laughing Sky. What business do you have with me?" He would respect the strong. He could sense that the Laughing Sky Patriarch was not hostile. In fact, there was admiration in his eyes. Of course it's to befriend him. Otherwise, what else could it be? Look for trouble with you? Old ancestor Laughing Sky chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Zhou Xuanji's neck. His actions were very natural and Zhou Xuanji did not resist. This was seen by the other immortal gods, and they began to discuss in low voices. Zhou Xuanji saw all of this, and he understood that old ancestor Laughing Sky truly wanted to befriend him. He was putting on an act for others to see in case someone came to find trouble with him. The two of them began to communicate. Most of the time, it was old ancestor Laughing Sky asking questions. After hearing about Zhou Xuanji's exact age, he was incredibly shocked. Old ancestor Laughing Sky pulled Zhou Xuanji and continuously sighed in amazement, wanting to take him as his disciple. Time passed in such a way. There was a loud bang. The god palace's doors suddenly opened, and all of the immortal gods entered. Zhou Xuanji and old ancestor Laughing Sky did the same. He saw the master of gods sitting on the main seat, still sitting ramrod straight and expressionless, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Only after all of the immortal gods were in their seats did old Star Lord step forwards. Zhou Xuanji stood in the fourth row. There were not many first-rank immortal gods in the god palace. There were less than 50. Some first-rank great immortals were too far away and could not come. Today I've asked everyone to come. You might have already guessed some things. It's about giant god Huang Hao. He's trapped in the abyss and needs the god palace to rescue him, old Star Lord said. Elder Star Lord said. Usually, the master of all gods was in charge of making decisions. Zhou Xuanji frowned. As expected. Was he going to send them to rescue giant god Huang Hao? He knew giant god Huang Hao's strength. With his cultivation he would only be cannon fodder. Moreover, would the great Emperor Dao court let him off? The great Emperor Dao court would most likely turn most of its attention to him. It was not just Zhou Xuanji. The other immortal gods also became restless. No one was willing to throw away their lives. This time His Majesty wants to choose 3 first-stage great immortals to go to the rescue. Old Star Lord glanced at all the immortals and gods and said slowly. Many immortals heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Zhou Xuanji was one of them. Right now he only wanted to seize the time to cultivate. He did not want to go out and take risks. Is there no information about the great Emperor Dao court that can be divulged to us? The Laughing Sky forefather asked. He was still smiling as if nothing could make him nervous. Old Star Lord nodded and said, of the top 20 on the Great Emperor Steel, 5 are in the Great Emperor Dao court. Silence. The divine palace suddenly fell silent. Even Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. The top 20 on the Great Emperor Steel were all first-class great emperors. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao, all of them had lived for more than 100,000 years. Each of them had incredible cultivation. Moreover, Elder Star Lord had only mentioned the Great Emperor Steel. Perhaps there were even stronger existences. Not becoming a martial monarch did not mean that one was weak. Many experts were still very powerful even if they did not become martial emperors. Old Star Lord, you seem to know a lot about our Great Emperor Dao court. A frivolous voice came into the palace, causing all the immortal gods to look over in shock. A figure giving off a terrifying demonic aura appeared in front of the gate. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.